Guys, गाइस भगवान की दया से वाईफाई आ चुका है, इंटरनेट गाइस, लेट्स गो गाइस। तो अभी यूट्यूब पे फटाफट से लाइव आ चुके हैं गाइस, फटाफट से लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ गाइस, ज्वाइन करो वॉच पार्टी। गाइस लेट्स गो गाइस, तो अभी यूट्यूब पे फटाफट से लाइव आ चुके हैं गाइस, फटाफट से लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ गाइस, ज्वाइन करो वॉच पार्टी। भगवान की दया से वाईफाई आ चुका है, इंटरनेट गाइस, लेट्स गो गाइस। तो अभी यूट्यूब पे फटाफट से लाइव आ चुके हैं गाइस, फटाफट से लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ गाइस, ज्वाइन करो वॉच पार्टी। भगवान की दया से वाईफाई आ चुका है, इंटरनेट गाइस, लेट्स गो गाइस। तो अभी यूट्यूब पे फटाफट से लाइव आ चुका है गाइस, फटाफट से लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ गाइस, ज्वाइन करो वॉच पार्टी। लेट्स गो गाइस, जितने अंदर देख रहे हो गाइस, जल्दी से लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस, डबल टैप ऑन स्क्रीन गाइस, लेट्स गो बे। Yahoo, durururu, radariri.
Success. And another sign that's important, Verno online early on. Like we said, he had a really tough start. The desk talked about it as well, but, well, he certainly didn't let that knock his confidence. You could see him straight up into heaven for that brawl. And
ये जेट को क्या पड़ी भाई, चुम्मी शॉट।
Sort of reinvestment needed for MIBR, but they're happy to throw themselves at this just to remove the weapons, at least to start.
चुम्मी शॉट और वॉर।
Seems like a bit more patience on the rest of the squad.
I
like that. They've already got two players that are fully invested into this round. So if we do lose a few more players, it could definitely get costly and sort of ruin that leg up that you've given yourself. Give all gamers a chance.
One-sided match चल रहा है, 2v4 match है.
And the question is, for the defensive side, like saving two weapons here, it puts them in a spot where they could force buy around it, especially with the validity of like a judge on this map, for example, playing up in heaven. But I think, yeah, playing around those rifles and saving up for the next is probably
the other thing as well. I want to bring it up with you mentioning Verno. I think that ultimately, on the attack side of the last match, it was okay. It was the defensive side where they were being pushed.
भाई इसका magnetic है,
so the fact that they've got that attack side start might actually help him out individually, because he can now just go like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm TPing up. I'm making these aggressive plays. I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. Well, you mentioned it,
डाल दिया गाइस. अरे गेको ने डाला. ये पड़ी भाई.
One of the pistols already dropped to the deck, and the B side completely under the control of the attack.
भाई गेको ने बीच में ऑक दिया था.
Fangir's trying his best to get a pot shot or two off, and indeed a walk up from Bai is.
Phantom use कर रहा है गाइस. Phantom. ये knife लेके जा रहा है. Phantom निकाली. Plant कर रहा है गाइस. Plant कर रहे हैं.
Try to take your timings.
Knife लेके जा रहा है. Knife
Someone
लेके
by
जा रहा है.
surprise, but that hasn't worked out this time around for all games.
Right में तीन बंदे भाई. दो side में ही.
Perhaps you could carry them through to the next. And they're at least doing that with one of them. Kira's on the A side. Don't imagine he's going for the latest flank of all time. But for Fangir, he's been good every time. He wants to make it costly. Because look at MIBR's credits. Already in an extremely good spot. Winning this round with all 5 alive is going to make this dangerous. The imbalance is going to be stacked against all gamers. At least they carry that one rifle through.
Yeah, and I also want to say I like the compositional switch that came out from MIBR, because obviously you look at it on the other side.
MB जीत गए guys, MB निकाल दिया guys.
Agents as comfortable. Like, I love seeing Aspas on the Jet. I think we have done for years. I think Zekon on the Raze also just gives both of them this more sort of aggressive tandem. I think Verno swapping, I believe, with Mazzino, like one of them now playing the Initiator. They do this anyway, with depending on what the Initiator is, but putting him onto the Omen, we already saw the impact that it can have with him currently being 5-1 on the board. This looks like a very comfortable composition for MIBR. And even just some of the early rounds, the fact that Aspas is, again, he's taking that aggressive space with the dashes and the follow-up. It's very similar to the previous map, which worked great. Like, that was the bit of their gameplay that was fantastic, was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic. Because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult because on the defense, how it's panned out for them so far has been, well, they haven't gotten to play strong retakes, barring those first two. They are constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2 players left alive, even there in a 3v5, because they only had the 2 rifles. 1 guy's going to save. They haven't been able to avoid the early aggression with... Sorry, they haven't been able to avoid the early aggression at all, and they haven't been able to deal with it in those heads-up battles. Think about the A-site full buy. It literally looked like MIBR walked into an eco. In fact, I think it would have been more dangerous against an eco because there probably would have been more players there. So for all gamers, it isn't just about finding the solution. It's about avoiding that early burst, not losing 2 players in the initial aggression from MIBR, and all the while MIBR now come in and pump the brakes themselves. I imagine they're expecting to see some pointed aggression from the defense now. Okay, we can't sit back and wait. We have to instead fight for mid, or we got to push A main, or we need the info early. But that hasn't been the approach. It seems like they're just taking much more passive positions overall.
It might be a change-up because of the operator. Gives you a little bit more of an avenue to find those opening picks a little bit quicker. Mid seems to be the point of call for Banger, and it's something that we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody else. Straight into mid. Tex didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong. The flash might just give the game away. Instead, the execution coming through from MIBR. This time, they don't have that tip of the spear. It's Zekken to try and fill the void, and he's gone down immediately. Shrimp doing well, and in fact, everybody stepping up to the plate. He's taken a lot of damage, though, but so is Mazzino.
And now the opposite position. Knowing Verno's in that corner, knowing that Mazzino is in main, but he can't afford to leave this. He is so desperately low. It's on to Verno. 5-1. A big step up from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant. Before that, he wants to pick it. That will be the end of it from what we can see. The squad did just the same, and all gamers managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view. Because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta-hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the 3rd player over onto the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, though, those 2 players still had to do well, but you don't have that 1-2 punch of Aspas and Zekken. It was just Zekken that went in first, and definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
Guys, Jet ने भाई अल्ट खोल दिया है। क्या लगता है गाइस कितने मारेगा?
We are going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site. He's now smoked off, and in fact, GRQ is going to come meet him.
भाई कोई है ही नहीं किसको अल्ट मारेगा भाई? भाई ऊपर कहाँ बैठा है भाई ये? What the fuck भाई?
So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on load, as they were very good at the retakes. A Blade Storm from Aspas to deal with, though, could be a different story, and the Showstopper certainly will.
Gets rid of any chance of...
भाई ये बार-बार अल्ट कैसे खोल लेता है जेट? ओह, गन निकाल के शॉट, अरे चिपका दी भाई उसने.
The defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fanger, but it's only the one.
Jet को पड़ी.
Trading evenly once again, leaves it close, and down to just Verno! And he's definitely back in the server after map 1. Another high-impact round for the IGL.
MB plus GG.
2 now? Yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what we saw from Verno starting out the previous map. As you said, it might change when we swap sides. That's where the pressure was put onto him, but...
भाई अल्टी क्या मारा है इन्होंने भाई?
Would be even more worrying.
Raise, sorry, मेरा raise.
In 2 buy rounds now, Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, and considering they've only got 4 on the board, not 4 buy rounds, 4 rounds overall, it's no surprise that he's our highlight. All gamers Right back in with a full buy. Right back in with the operator. But 3 players towards the A side. And it looks like, again, MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. It's why the op is such a good counter to this. Because they're contacting so many of the early angles. But if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad will have to answer up. Here it as well to get one, but trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
It's back to basics. It's what this composition does best. You have the Jet, you have the Raze, you have a Sky for the flash, and you're in as quick as possible. Viper's Pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh retake, especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well, they don't have that anymore.
There is a Blade Storm.
Find a gap. But that gap is exploited by Mazzino instead, and for the remaining couple, do you want to throw the operator into this? But that time is too far gone. It's a consolation for MIBR.
Yeah, this is their way back through. A strong attack side already on split from MIBR. Some of the quieter players in that first half of Lotus.
Yeah, MB bhai kya hi hai MIBR
though. For Fangir, for Aspis, definitely taking a step back, and it makes sense when you look at the Jet on this map. For Fangir, or for Aspis, sorry, playing on the attack side, but
भाई वेलो में जितने भी प्लेयर है सारे के सारे वायरलेस माउस है भाई.
Perspective of Fangir, things have slowed, and I do think that
Raze versus Raze हुआ, पहला Raze मार खाया, दूसरा Raze ने मार दिया.
Matter of time before he finds that rhythm again.
Well, wrong place, wrong time. That's been the issue so far. Is when
भाई देखो पोजीशन तो देखो भाई.
When he swung mid, perfect. But it almost feels like he's.
भाई वाइपर ने कैसा डाल के रखा है भाई ग्रीन. Proper jolly.
Be fast the last couple of rounds. Let me go B. Now they're not doing that anymore. 3 players walking up A. The spike about to rejoin the rest.
2 बंदे A पे गए भाई, एक बंदा खाली डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए B पे जाके वापस आ गया. उसके बाद ही प्लांट है भाई.
It only tells you that somebody is there. It doesn't go 5 players. They don't have a clue, so they can't gamble everything over. The deep position allows them a third player.
अबे यार क्या स्मोक में मारा भाई.
Yeah, most definitely.
भाई जेट को पड़ी क्या ही पड़ी.
It's a fantastic pickup by MIBR, falling like flies one at a time. They face, and one at a time they fall. The rotates in. Texas up against numbers on this cross, won't even get close. A double jump peek onto Mazzino. Well, certainly got the shot out of him. To be fair, he could run to the B site for the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players if that's to even be a possibility. It feels so unlucky. Look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them. And I do like the approach. What's working for MIBR? They play contact up to the choke points, then they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that? You hold ahead of the choke point with an operator. They walk into you, easy pickup. But Fangir's done that every round, and every round he's been sat there while his teammates on the other side of the map go, yeah, we got nade, we got paranoias coming, there's a dash. It's been an annoyance for him for sure, but he's still 7-5. And we see him there in the late round have success.
4-5
Just wait till he's on the right side of the map.
10वां राउंड निकाला भाई, 10वां राउंड आ गया बोलो.
Press for MIBR. Of course, last time they played this map, it was the attack where they managed an 8-4 versus Leviathan. I believe that was in the qualifier to make it to this event. Where they sent the previous Masters winners packing already. Burno, who has been the best player so far, MIBR is gone from this round, and not only does that cause the problem of the top frag going down, but also your smokes, your paranoia. Leaves you with limited utility with this double duelist, and we're right back to contact again, but that contact has a pop flash ready, and the pop flash, nobody actually reacts off it.
I think that's the smoke is delaying slightly. This looks now like an A. The fake goes through towards the B side. The herd for MIBR. And towards the A side,
रेस ने जो सोचा था वो मूव मारने नहीं दिया भाई.
Passed by, who has been a consistent
Viper खड़ा है. ये smoke डाल दिया Viper ने.
Stops the wrap around and he'll catch the spike on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP from GRQ. 15 seconds to get that plan through.
अबे यार रेस का ult था.
MIBR looked like they were against all odds, but now it's back to even.
Kira could have just played the time, but
2v2 है guys, 2v2.
Felt like an attempt to be a hero, maybe not realizing that Tex was still up above, and instead gave them a way back into the round. The duo that was so impactful over on Lotus. But can they drag home around? It's patient from the attack. They're not giving anything. You can even see it. Fangir is expecting a wraparound. Fully looking towards the heavens, and again the second the dash is sent out, Tex is there to punish every single movement.
4v6 guys, 4v6.
Before his eyes,
By
ended up with the
God.
death of an all gamers player.
Yeah, great work by
भाई
Tex
माउस
as
देखो
well.
पिंक कलर का
That
ग्रीन कलर का
backside
क्या क्या
hold.
माउस है भाई.
He ends up finding a triple, and then all the while waiting for the wraparound to come in. This round did not look like it was going to come even close for MIBR. 2 versus 4. A player waiting on the A side. The TP
भाई वैलोरेंट ऐसा है कि अमीरों के बच्चों की गेम है भाई. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है सीधी बात भाई. टू बी फ्रैंक भाई.
Initially getting
पैसे होंगे तुम्हारे पास अच्छा इक्विपमेंट होगा तो ही तुम अच्छा खेल पाओगे.
With control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on your face. A little bit of a tech pause coming in from all gamers. We're getting towards the end of the half. I think it's a good
technical pause
to take a breather as well, though.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the moment in that round that fully felt like
technical वहाँ पे खड़ा है उसका headphone check कर रहा है.
Like, you want the kill badly enough that you're going to try and offset your opponent, but if you just sit in the back with the showstopper, it really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
They also don't know that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from GRQ, or at least they could assume it. They knew about Bai, but they hadn't spotted Kira, unless I'm mistaken.
कुछ ना कुछ BT आएगा इसके headphone में बेचारे के.
Even just sitting there, there's a chance that they're so pigeonholed on the time, because it was like 10 seconds left to plant, that they just rush in to go for it. And you get the pickup, you get the round. It's a little over-eager, a little jumpy to try and close the round.
The thing is, I don't hate the showstopper with, like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left. It's more so just
wait.
Yeah, if you just stand there, they then have to run at you. And I think that's actually what Tex did fantastically.
Just
wait, and flies into his crosshair. It's like, okay, it's not a bad one. But it's a good recovery. And finally, one of those cut rounds actually going the way of MIBR. I think back to the first map, and a lot of the time it was them with the advantages. You mentioned it with the opening jewels. They were getting a lot of them. And then all gamers were able to fight back. Half equal at a minimum, and considering they lost pistol in second round for MIBR, this is already a pretty decent half on the attack.
Let's go.
But they're going to want a little bit more, and right back to regular programming. It's looking like a fast A hit.
Smoke and
down
tech somehow. A spam straight through, and it's going to be 5 versus 4 in the post plant. All gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes. If they can get on the site, there's a Viper's Pit, and if not, it's there for the next. Good work by Shrimp. He's been so consistent in this half, and he's kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked. Jumping across. Kira drew the eye so GRQ could find the headshot and leave second all alone. Was against 4. The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in. Nice work. And the time.
Let's go. Jet. अरे यार पीठ नहीं दिखानी थी.
As tight as it will be, there is enough time on that clock for all gamers to push up to 5.
पीठ दिखा दी, इसमें ठुक गया.
In a scenario that definitely felt impossible, and I think you might have been sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking an awful lot about if Fangir was in the right place, the right time, and I don't know what they're on about. Well, this is the example. Like, 3 kills, an opening kill, 1 on the way back in, and then 1 to close the round. Like, this guy, when he is in position, has been a real problem for MIBR, but it is just the all-in gamble every single time of if he's in the right place at the right time. A chance for a 6-6. Maybe not the greatest defensive half from all gamers, but if they go in level, they won't mind. That's an immediate showstopper, and it's close. Bai is down to 40 HP, but will live to tell the tale. Is he going to get back into the vibes? But I don't think he can.
No, he's going to let it fade. With Aspis holding up close, it would have been a risky fight. The judge invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side.
Let's go!
Not a gamble they wanted
Let's go,
to
guys.
take.
5v6, 5v6.
Oh! But Kira
Arre, दूसरा
it's a triple for Kira.
अरे यार, रेज 1v3 मारा भाई.
Verno still have some life left to give. But an op waiting
भाई, दो बंदे बचे भाई.
Just the wrong moment. Picks up the judge.
2v3 है guys.
Oopsie, now look who's posted on the angle, or who was. It's Tex right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers will find him, though.
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds. They've still got time to play with. MIBR are hoping that somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it. A quick double for this attack side.
Double दिया भाई.
And Shrimp still expecting further aggression.
1v2 अभी guys.
To be honest, he might be right. They're still not planting just yet. Are they about to try and hide?
Right में ही बैठे भाई.
Very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn
SAR
is
1
clear.
MP.
Another smoke. Another attempt to get that plant in. This one will be stuck, and in the meantime, Shrimp is going to try with the spam and has managed to catch it. That was the planter. This time, Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to reaggress. The orb utilized on the other side, and a sneaky move from Tex to escape and close the round. Again, another nice attempt for Shrimp, but it will be MIBR to go in with a lead at the half.
Yeah, I think Tex finishes that one with double digits in terms of
half
kills.
time, guys.
Every single one was high impact. Verno in the same boat as well. They both stepped up to the plate in a big way during this first half. And MIBR now with a lead at the halftime, that's got to be a big upside for them to bring us to a map 3. It feels like the wind's in their sails, but I won't be finding myself counting all gamers out. Remember how this started. They were not able to deal with the pressure. Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. And considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those kind of round 3 to 5, still anyone's game.
Yeah, it's worth saying that both teams on the previous map were able to win it out over on their attack side. And then their defense felt like much more of a grind. I think both teams able to, well, in the case of all gamers play with the rotations.
भाई एक मिनट का गाइस टाइम आउट मिला है भाई अपने को. 1 मिनट मतलब सॉरी 1 मिनट का टाइम ब्रेक मिला है गाइस. तब तक डिस्कस करते हैं गाइस. क्या लगता है गाइस, आपको क्या लगता है गाइस, क्या प्रेडिक्शन रहेगा, कौन जीतने का चांसेस है? भाई साहब रिप्ले में गाइस आप लोग क्लिप देख सकते हो गाइस. तब तक मैं देखता हूँ स्टोरी में कुछ रिप्लाई या कुछ मैसेज आया, कुछ अपडेट होता हो तो मैं देखता हूँ गाइस. गाइस स्टोरी डाल दी फिर से अपन ने. मैच डे गाइस, लेट्स गो. भाई मैच स्टार्ट हो गया. व्हाट द हेल भाई, 1 मिनट का ब्रेक दिया मैं, बोला स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ होगा.
Last games of the group
स्टार्ट हो गया गाइस. सॉरी
He's already going to spot a couple, but this is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about when it came to Lotus. You have what looks like an all-in play early, even give information to the other side, and then they have this slow walk up. It's only going to be the one player. It almost makes me question, are they going to go back again? It looks like they are. This is like ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse. And I can't really blame MIBR for being in the wrong place. No, they're going back.
भाई इंडिया का मैच कब है भाई? इंडिया की अभी नहीं है भाई, जी की थी तो सही, ग्रुप स्टेज से आउट तो गई भाई, अभी तो है नहीं कोई। प्रदीप जी,
There you go. You see it from Mazina go, okay, they are now on A, but now they have a backstab of their raise.
मैंने ग्रुप 3 से अभी वॉच पार्टी स्टार्ट किया, आपने पहला का देखा नहीं लगता है।
To play those roles, but all they have to do here is delay. This is the problem, though. If MIBR do go direct, if they go quickly into the site, those flanks won't matter. The position, at least, of the plant is for heaven, but Aspas and Tex clean up the site immediately. GRQ.
One tap.
Trying his best to slow them down. The heaven position needed from Shrimp, but he will not find anything. And MIBR, that's what I said, right? They're grouped up. They're in that clump. So when it comes to the retake, they're not waiting for the guy that's coming from the south side, that's in sewers, the flank. They don't care about any of that. They're ready to go to second, but they get to the choke point.
I really like that as a pistol round from MIBR, because that was their major problem on the last map, was they've gone this way, then that way, then this way, and then
इंटरनेशनल में तो ऐसा होता है, तुमको जो कीबोर्ड यूज करना है वो यूज करो, तुमको जो माउस यूज करना है वो माउस यूज करो, पर जो बैन है वो नहीं यूज कर सकते।
Instead, okay, all 5 of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We then rotate all together. Even if we trade 1 for 1, we come out far more even than before.
अपन तो कॉस्मिक बाइक का ही लेके जाए, इससे भी छोटा आता है ना वो, एकदम छोटू वाला, इतना।
They are now the panicky team and not us.
It's going to be a full eco from
भाई ने क्या लिखा?
as you'd expect.
ENC के कोई टीम से क्वालिफाई की थी क्या वेलो? अरे भाई की थी ना अपनी यार, दो टीम थी ना।
It's already a bit of an investment, even with that piece of utility thrown through.
हर एक कंट्री में से एक टीम तो थी भाई।
No nade for this round, no smokes anymore with GRQ down, but if they can find another pick or two, it'll be damage done. The thing is, for MIBR, the buy isn't what we see a lot of the time, where like you have a lot of bulldogs, or you even have some players playing low buy for the Vandals and so on. It's SMGs, it's a Marshall. Losing these for the next won't be the end of the world, and I think 2 picks probably won't get any sweat on the brow of the defensive side. We'll need it to be a little bit more
देखा इसका क्रॉसर देखा, हां W by W
more than the one. Last man is Shrimp.
भाई ये गन की स्किन तो देखो भाई, रोज लगा हुआ है भाई।
There we go. I was going to say Zakin must be aware that he could be coming.
अरे पिस्तौल है भाई।
And he looked at it and now backs off. They'll just concede that space and punish him when he walks out a little. Or not even punish him when he walks out a little further. Catch him in the doorway. Nice work. MIBR with
ML
I think they did a good job of avoiding the real dangers around mid.
ML by Jordan.
I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the conversion. Everybody has a weapon. We have a chance to farm up orbs. We can go for something risky in close range.
Replay guys, replay नहीं देखना guys, अपने को replay नहीं देखना guys। देखा कि नहीं गाइस, क्या ही मारा भाई, W मारा गाइस। जो अंदर देख रहे हो गाइस जल्दी से लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस, डबल टैप ऑन स्क्रीन गाइस। जितने अंदर देख रहे हो गाइस इतना तो कर ही सकते हो आप लोग। ओपन द चैट गाइस।
Of Aspas.
4 light shields.
Let's go.
Indeed.
3 बंदे का पुश हो रहा है आगे से गाइस, फ्रंट से।
Especially close range, like those SMGs are now going to find
नहीं, 2 ही है।
much easier fight.
एक सेंटर में आगे से B साइड से आ रहा है, सेंटर से आ रहे हैं।
There was the attempt of a crossfire in mid, but there is still that setup towards A main, from what we can see.
एक ही साइड 2 ही है।
Want to take it in this direction.
भाई सब न्यून आ गए।
2 mid, spike outside A. It's just clearly going to be a split there. That info
देख लिया इसने।
pieced together by the defense by now.
भाई ये क्यों लेके खड़ा है भाई ये? चाकू गन लेके नहीं खड़ा।
They've gone back on A main, I suppose. Re-clear of the flash and B. Very soon, all gamers are going to have rotations coming their way or a flank on their way. It's time to pick up the pace.
Oh, a tight low angle that's not been cleared.
Oh, रेस कैसे अंदर घुस गया भाई?
Snake in the grass, a chance to do so much damage first and the second as well.
भाई हग दिया, रेस के सामने हग दिया
an opportunity. Bear in mind those light shields, and that's where the Spectre is all the more deadly. He's landed his shots and left it all onto.
भाई 2v1 है.
And they don't have to peek. They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have much on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash available, and he desperately needs someone to fight him. And when they do, Mazzino wins the fight and Brain. A fantastic round from Tex. And I'll be honest, that duo of Tex and Aspas is not necessarily one. You look at their roles, you go, well, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you leave the clock that low, you're pushing in towards the site. Still, it was like 40 seconds left. They have enough time, but it's that tiny little gap from Tex for him to be able to fly under the radar like that, for them to not have the utility to clear it out. Like, you're pushing towards that A site, a boombot, a dog, something has to clear it, but it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. And that's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position, you think of the first half, his backside plays on both sites. Right there as well. You give him a chance, he takes it and runs to the bank with it every single time. For MIBR, look, that last map, Lotus in general has been a problem for them in the last 2 series that they played. Bouncing back like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind. But I have adored how all gamers have played the attack so far. I really don't think it's over just yet. MIBR were too quick on the retake, and I guess that's the other question: is have MIBR adapted to that slow start? They certainly have.
I think they have
the read.
I also think as well the thing I like there from Aspas is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play, he lets him make the play, and then goes for his own. Like it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up towards the ultimate. You can see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario, though. 3 players already taking deep control. Zekken, well aware of the position that has been lost. And the closer they get, the more deadly their weapons become.
Oh, nice work from Bond. That's Tex down already. The wall falling doesn't go down in time for Zekken to catch them on that cross. But he has called for the rotation. He's heard it. Verno now knows to give up that heaven space. Everything behind it. Flashback out. Through the, look at this sneaky little position from Mazzino. A triple again. MIBR strike for the shadows, and all gamers can't quite adjust. Yes, might be stolen, but it's all smiles from Mazzino. MIBR looked to take this in dominant fashion. That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment, and no one was looking his way.
Yeah, maybe not a round that you expected to need a play like this. But I don't think it's going to do any harm. That's the thing. Like, you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip away. And 11-5. They're now far and away from all games. From that map 1. A map that ended in overtime. A map that showed the caliber of players. But their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now, the operator purchased up for Fangir, him being 1 away from Bladestorm as well. Gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator and is also 1 away from
operator leke khada hai bhai.
Roundabouts.
Jet operator leke khada hai.
Minute 5 on the clock, and the op now rings out, but the shot doesn't land. All gamers at least know where that is now, but what to do with that is the question. 55, and they're spreading the default.
Long
Mid,
fight
off limits with the Viper's Pit. A with the op. Guess B seems like the easier choice, and it was.
Lag jaye to lag jaye.
But that's changed now as the Seekers confirm players towards the B side. Aspas on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in. And mid is still very much defended, for the time being at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this fight, and they found him. That's a huge pick from Bai, but Aspas being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now, keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped, it might be the mistake that cost them the round.
Leaves it on to GRQ. It's safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life. He spots out the first, That's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blast back is good enough to just completely discombobulate GRQ's aim. That's 12 now for MIBR. 1 away and 7 in a row needed from all gamers. But you know what, Mitch? If they take a pause here, I might just believe in the comeback.
Nah.
I know that, Tom.
Nah.
You've been a day one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
Day one. I remember. First time they did it, you said, oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that one.
Yeah, no, the first time they did it. No, sure.
But no, there's not going to be a
5v12
no moment to breathe. Instead,
5v12 guys, one side खेल रहे हैं ML वाले भाई.
What a resurgence. A dominant map here, the choice of all gamers, but I doubt they'd choose it again. Fangir. Blade Storm is good for one. A clean opener. They should get the plant
पहला opening निकाल दिया है.
Where, with no ultimates online, a post plant and a Blade Storm makes it quite difficult to break back in. I am looking at Tex as maybe the one player that has a gap. It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does GRQ face the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted either, just moves into the corner instead. Not wanting to rush to take that fight, but Second has just saved his teammate. That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir, though, seemingly had enough of the blades, wanted to go back to the SMG, and well, either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left to try and fight versus 3. It's going to be Shrimp to close. The first of what needs to be a 7-round streak has been found, but it still felt a little bit shaky.
I haven't seen that one in a long time. The triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks them into the ground. That's enough of that. Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing it with the right click.
I like it as, yeah, pre-fire a right click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
That looks so funny. Well, 6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR, players like Tex, like Aspis, showing up in these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered. Even when they're not needed the most, they've delivered. And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum can only carry you so far. A start for Mazzino as they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp, last man alive, and well, he'll make it deeper into the spawn at least, but what do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row. I believe in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they are not letting him out of the corner, more importantly. Even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazzino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is Tex to confirm a 13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own map choice. That was incredibly clean from MIBR.
Yeah, well, the sharp blade of all gamers from that first half, or first map, certainly blunted here. They tried the same plays on the attack that worked so well on Lotus, but MIBR this time were ready for every trick that they had up their sleeve. Now we go all the way to Ascent, somewhere that Flare isn't really what we get to see. Variety goes out the window, and considering we had a mirror matchup there, I think it is going to come down to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form as map number 1, because here, map 2 belonged to MIBR. Before we get into our third map, it's time once more to go back to the desk with Deacon.
I love that there from Mitch, man. He was correct. When we go to Ascent, it's about the guns going ablaze and less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control of the second half and run away with it before AGAL can get back on the board. So it is 1-1 in our decider match here in Group D as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka on that last one. And that was more of the MIBR, America's potential team, the one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got easier as the map was progressing, especially when we swapped halves. Good to see that Texas carrying a lot of the team for today. Good to see especially that in those last rounds, Massino found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have a first good map. The first half, it was very, very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference for me on this map. MIBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find the answers, especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to that attack, they really do begin to struggle. Started out well for all gamers. I thought this could have been a much closer game, but I think MIBR really just, like you say, settled into the game, really showed their class as it progressed.
Yeah, I think as well, when we were speaking about this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being, we think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick in not letting them set for postline, barely even getting the spike down if they even managed to get up to that point. Difficult task also to keep the mental in, especially with how back and forth this map also started for both of these squads.
Yeah, I think also, I love the comp in general, but I like it a lot more for MIBR. When we look at who's able to play what, it looks very, very comfortable. Aspas, Jet, big names, with all the supporting cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before, GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And I will say, on this map at least, it didn't look like these were the most comfortable roles. I felt moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utility, which is what you want to see. But when we move across to Ascent, fingers crossed that will be a different story, but it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that Ascent, GRQ did play Phoenix, topped the lobby, 300 ACS+.
You were waiting all day for this. You were waiting all day for this.
The young kid GRQ on the Phoenix.
Yes.
I know Kira is normally the duelist, but please give him the opportunity to do so, because that's your tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
I think there's even more interesting things to talk about when we talk about Ascent. At the end of the day, they are in the same group. Both of them played Ascent against Heretics. The results very, very different. And MIBR, the thought that they found a weakness to exploit. And Heretics that definitely bounced back on that map the second time that they played it, having an almost flawless defense against MIBR. For the side of all gamers, Arcee Saying playing with the duelists, having GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to. It's going to be definitely an interesting one for the decider.
Yeah, I will say for MIBR though, winning this map too in pretty comfortable fashion is exactly what they needed to get themselves back into.
भाई साहब अभी ये खत्म हो गया लवारी चालू है भाई लवारी चालू है ये सब तो भाई
moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick. Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the answer was a resounding yes by MIBR Los. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination, not match, but map. This is it here for both these squads, and one of them will move on to the playoffs. One of them will go home. We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
Short break. ब्रेक पड़ा है गाइस, तब तक क्या करना गाइस बताओ आप लोग। 3 मिनट अगेन लिखा था गाइस, जीत चुकी है, अभी क्या है यार। थोड़ी देर पहले ही क्या स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट किया क्या इसने, सर लोग ने। सर लोग ने क्या थोड़ी देर पहले स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट किया गाइस। सब कुछ रेड रेड चल रहा है भाई. इसको मारो कॉपीराइट. नाइन वन आता है अपना. गाइस डाल दिए गाइस. बस इन लोगों का फास्ट चल रहा है क्या अपने से.
Final map for one of these squads in their EWC journey. It is MIBR Los versus AGAL. We got to see Zekin there just for a little bit, chatting with Dan B. And I love the fact that in EWC, you have some of the greatest players all here and the respect between them because they know each other, they watch the other regions.
Yeah.
And just great to see the personality between them.
I mean, any excuse to see cross-regional play is what we're all about. I think one thing a lot of people who aren't super on Valorant don't get is this game developed in COVID. The regions developed separately. The metas are very different. Everyone hates the MEA. It's all comes together.
Whoa. I was not expecting that one. Let's just catch it straight. You're like, oh my God, COVID, we were so sad. We're all so different. And then somehow you hate us?
I just had to get it in there, but it's okay. It is always
Is that
nice.
the best you could do?
I mean, you can
And
always
you
just
can
bring
do
what's
yes.
the big time? You're a stats guy. What's the Pacific record here so far at EWC?
So we're moving on
you.
to Ascent here. Map
Thank you.
number 3. I can't address
It's 1 and 7, by the
We'll
way.
get to that in the next one. No
That's
shimmer
true.
here.
That's
They're
true.
going to do fine. But right
Or not.
now, maybe they will.
Or not. You're not supporting Baby. You're like such a fake friend. I will say about that video, love to see also those two from MVP to MVP, you know, like Zekin in Madrid. Like, I just think that it's good to have history and have players that, although the game attracts a lot of new youngsters that can shoot it's good to see that players can actually stay throughout the years at the top. And especially when we're moving on to Ascent, and we were speaking about Zekken, we have to re-highlight the duelists.
Yeah.
A massive bounce back there on the second map. I don't think that they really needed that much different from that first map. At the end of the day, another Lotus, another overtime, a map that could have gone either way. But everything ends here in Ascent. As we were saying, both of these teams showed their cards against Team Heretics. One of them was successful, and the other one got the other side of the coin in MIBR.
Yeah, look, MIBR only got 2 rounds. I was kind of surprised to see them be okay with this coming up in the veto once again. Over on the side of all gamers, they're running with Vangear on that chamber, and GRQ, I want to see you lock in this Phoenix.
Lock it in!
Oh, he will. He will.
I mean, Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist or there's like a final lock here, this is the pick where GRQ put himself on the map during this tournament. And so I'm very, very excited to see what he can do up against Aspas and Zekken.
Economy here is super important, right? For both of the teams, we've seen the impact that the operator has been having on both of them. For Vangear, of course, with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an operator in hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zek, and the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the side of all gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes from what we saw coming out last time. This means they board reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not a comp issue. They think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that improvement? Otherwise, they will be going home if they played this map like they did against Team Heretics.
MIBR, Los, and AGAL. Only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already qualified 100% so far, whereas AGAL are the final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in that playoffs, but they've got to earn it. Who will step up and who will rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find out as we send it on over for the final time to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Digon. The final map of the series. We've gone all the way to Ascent. All gamers stayed alive on map number 1, but signs of life started to disappear in the previous, Tom. MIBR coming in hot to the touch, but how do you feel about all gamers' composition? They're bringing in one that I've grown to love. Looking at this Phoenix, at the Neon, at the Chamber. Do you think that will give
भाई let's go guys. कौन-कौन सा लिया? Neon, Stats and Omen. भाई सामने लिया guys.
The guy was playing
Omen, Chamber,
Phoenix because they swap it up directly. Like it's
Phoenix,
Kira really likes the
Neon.
Raze. So
Raze किसी ने लिया ही नहीं भाई.
And GRQ really likes the Phoenix. His Phoenix was nuts.
Exactly.
Like it was probably the highlight when they came up against Heretics.
Weapon.
Of course, you're going to look at this and do the kind of proxy thing where it's like, well, one of these teams beat Heretics 13-8, the other one got 13-2. So this is easy for all gamers, right? It's like, no, I don't think it's going to go that way at all. I think the fact that MIBR have gone back here shows that that was more of a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after taking a defeat earlier in the tournament. This is a different scenario. They've just dominated a map. They come in with most of their players having highlight moments. I think we're in for a very level game.
Nice map sexy
well, let's hope so. Certainly owed it after that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done.
भाई position reveal, let's go. Chamber बोलते.
He just about manages to TP out in time. But he hasn't run away. He's still waiting for that push-up inside of B main. Stalemate across the map. Flashes and stuns traded out in that short fight. Still no clear direction for the attack just yet.
What the fuck भाई ये क्या सीन है मेरा चेयर का ये ऐसा क्यों होता है?
Could be an easier fight.
मेरी चेयर का ही ऐसा क्यों?
Defender and
guys, intense fight चल रही है.
Could be landed. The jump peak with 40 HP is crazy. And he's left down to 1.
The flank coming in, and the defenders know this. I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified, and Verno is having a crazy round once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap in. Kira, though, has given an opportunity, but they're both so desperately low that it ended easy for MIBR. Verno, a hero once more in the early rounds.
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think, gives him the upper hand in the third fight. Indeed, yeah, panic, mistakes, made there as Burno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready to fight on short, more so ready to fight A main. And the second that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we gotta go. We go back, we're dead, but we go forward, we have a chance. And that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2, Odin?
Round 2, bhai.
I don't think it's round 3, so yeah. That's
the Toadin.
It's a nice strategy, I have to say. I love it. You look at the trips that are in play here. The idea, if they go straight through a mid flood, you're going to already deal with them quite easily. It's shooting.
I really want him to get one shot.
Then you've got that reveal that would come off the back of it.
Oh, no, there was a chance for a second. There was a chance.
He gave him a.
Bhai Odin use kar raha.
Not to pull the trigger.
Spammer bhai, spammer.
Yeah, okay. They've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up. Has Zekka
Bhai spammer use karna chalu kar diya bhai bandon ne.
Real rifle for Mazino.
One day.
He ended that last map. I think it was like there was 2 rounds where he came up with like 7 or 8 kills.
Bhai,
like,
4.
Just Mazino just.
Bhai 4v1, 5v1
That does make
bhai.
me a little bit more worried for all gamers that it does seem like every single member of this squad has started to rise to the occasion. At times there's been a lot of criticism of like Kex, I think in this series has been one of their best players. And while a very clean second round coming out from MIBR, the Odin hasn't been lost. And we'll be coming back in to what is a bonus round. Which, I'll be honest, you don't normally see an Odin in a bonus round.
No, you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup, though, from MIBR. This time, Odin's going to be sent towards the B side again. It's going to be that heads-up duel with Fangir, who has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on. Aspas is walking up on him, and there it is.
Oh, bhai, saab chamber ne di di bhai.
The shot. Fool him once.
Bhai, chamber ne kya hi di bhai. Chamber kahan hai ne bhai phod diya bhai.
I know it's in Tennessee, maybe Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less
Sorry, what's
likely.
the saying?
Fool me once. Shame on.
Oh.
Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was, are you from 10IC? Or are you from Tennessee because you're the only 10IC?
That was excellent. Are you from 10IC?
There you go.
Because you're in Tennessee.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's the only saying I know from there. Fool me once. I don't know where that's from.
That was exquisite. Okay. Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of trips, as they've just found out, in an easy spam for Mazino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera. Landing a tag and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Save the day for now, at least. Tex, as difficult as he normally is to deal with.
Thank you for subscribe, bro.
The Op Odin retake.
Bhai Odin
they might not want to go for this anymore.
Oh, spammer bhai.
He's giving them a chance. It's so close.
Nahi lage.
The shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy as well. Down to 1. The Odin stamina be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekin doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the ult.
Bhai Neon ko pata hi nahi tha bhai baaju mein khada tha.
5 and 1. The ult to deal with.
Nahi. Ult tha.
To take him down with ease. And now just the mag runs dry. All gamers
last ko kya hi diya bhai.
Finding the round.
It's a weird one because normally going out of the
good one.
You sit there and go, okay, that's not great, but they had an operator and an Odin, so
and the op went in the hands.
This is a bhai jod bhai. Bhai kya hi diya bhai.
It had a lot of bite too. I think Mazino did fantastically well to play off of the utility that was thrown in front. But they actually do still have enough to buy him with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazino, who's been their best player so far, so maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet, but then also the operators on the other hand for Fangir, which I wouldn't want to give him that for free.
भाई देखते गाइस कैसे पढ़ती है कि नहीं भाई नियॉन को पढ़ने की चांसेस लग रहा है
Ultim safe passage through middle, although
भाई
is looking to fill in the space after he can't cross anymore.
भाई लेके ही खड़ा है भाई स्नाइपर
not without looking for a fight. So short's going to be his responsibility.
ओडिन लेके खड़ा है
for an A player.
If he pings him, then there's a chance that
भाई लिटिल पीक देना भाई पे अंधा कर दे
It's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out, almost seemingly off
भाई
nothing. And
समोसा
that's an
भेज
early
रहे
double
भाई.
for Verno. He's been playing incredibly well so far. And one, and then out. And in fact, no, Aspas feeling confident, goes for the repeat, the swing off his contact from Tex. And this trap setup has worked, well, I want to say more than perfectly. That is as good as that could have gone.
And this has been the case. Looking at the last map, you
Send
said
a vada
it's an
pav,
unusual
bro.
pairing, but Aspas and Tex get so much work done together. Kira, you are dead to rights here. Big stun landed.
But that Tex cam was just enough for the contact of the Hunter's Fury. Because you've got to be sat there as the attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury straight into top mid? But it's because they can see them on the cam. Like he's able to get just that little pixel of information. Go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
Yeah. A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco.
Thank you for subscribe, bro.
2 away from Fangir, having a big old.
Bhai, jo bhi ande subscribe karo bhai, thank you so
still
much.
Dangers, and they didn't notice Kira slide right past. Zekin down and out, a rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue. The buy's already passed. It's 2 players.
2 players
striking from behind, and well, now all of a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They
guys 5 membership giveaway kar do kya?
If not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR, the timing here on that main peak could be everything, and Tex has already cleaned house before the swing comes
Let's go, guys. 5 membership giveaway kar de, guys.
Revealed as well.
Looked
like that was going to get seriously dangerous.
Seriously.
And then Tex basically dropped in alone. Like, it was a little bit risky, but because they didn't have the plant down, he just looks for a timing. And unfortunately for all gamers, I think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath.
Let's go, guys. 5 membership giveaway.
As a place to drop the spike, it's about as bad as it could be for where the remainder are. Still, a little bit of initial damage coming out.
Membership giveaway, guys.
Gamers. But this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR, and you have to bear in mind, last time they played this map, they only managed 2 rounds.
Aye, Apex ko milti hui, guys. Let's go.
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and
the
wind is in their sails now. For all gamers, oh, that paranoia has landed, but it look like they're going to continue the push on MIBR, sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR
guys, use karo bhai.
They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A site, late move back in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle on the GRQ, the big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a 3rd player defending this site. And
bhai,
question of whether or not they want to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realize that Aspas has already rotated in and went, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds, Mitch.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, but the others are outside my site. I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all gamers. The problem is, as they decide to save, they're not allowed to. One side of the trash compactor as the walls close in, a couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly, so I'm going to assume they killed him.
Hi in April.
I'm going based off purely celebrations. No one wants to hear that.
Yeah, come on.
See, there you go. No, we know.
I guess we'll never know.
We know. He doesn't have a gun. We definitely know.
Might drop them.
See, as said, my read.
Time over.
Might drop them
and celebrations. Oh, yeah.
5v1, bhai. 5v1.
Moving away from Mitch's idiocy. 5-1. defensive side building, and now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific attack side and coming out from
time out हुआ है भाई
MIBR and a great
भाई टाइम आउट हुआ है तभी तक माइक बंद कर देते गाइस गाइस अभी स्टिकर्स मैंने स्टार्ट कर दी गाइस तो फटाफट से स्टिकर स्पैम करो और भाई मेंबरशिप की गिव अवे भी करी है गाइस तो ऑफ कोर्स गाइस मेंबरशिप का गिव अवे भी बनता है गाइस एक बंदे पे कॉपीराइट का भी मार रहा है भाई बंदे ने भाई अपना चोरी करके कोई क्रेडिट नहीं है भाई
one thing that was building up into the last round were those ultimates. Shrimp, Bangir, and GRQ have weaponry to play with, but can they make something work here?
Oh, GRQ, as you said, he's been a little quiet, a little missing. This time picked off from the side, but it is only the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start.
Yeah,
Aspis has upped him through the floor. The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira, they've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult they might have been, but they fired back at the start. Now it's Kira. Alone, he was getting some great shots in that first look at second. So quick to walk through. Kira could never expect that level of aggression. And for MIBR, a 6th round locked in. There was definitely a bit of danger there, but considering the ulti's thrown by the other side, that's just fine.
Yeah, they throw in the running back even while not having a weapon into the hands of the player using it, but it was basically just take space, try and trade. That wallbang shot that came out from Aspas is just disgusting because Second is dead. If he doesn't hit that, he's dead, and he's the guy who ends up cleaning up the rest of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe pair of hands, and the problem is you look at that round and go, hey, it was a low buy. They use Tour de Force, they use Overdrive, they use Run It Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to 1 round. And it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal.
Not reveal.
Sending him scurrying. Look at the push up from Aspas. Aggression cancelled by all gamers for a moment. Now they start to fight inside of B main. Aspas loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on short to help him. The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now look who's stuck in mid. Mazzino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does. A double kill on the Phantom. They were so pigeonholed and trying to deal with Aspas, they forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that is Mazzino over-delivering.
Yeah, 100%.
You're supposed to keep him alive. Instead, you've taken 2 bodies in response. That's got to be infuriating. As said, this is the best we've seen.
This is the best.
MIBR look so far this tournament. Sure, they had those blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was saved, has dropped the spike into middle. The remaining 2 players are running around like headless chickens. They're having to try and just get that spike back, and instead they are caught from every single angle.
MBR
7-1 in the lead. MIBR are running away with this.
Yeah, things have really changed since that first map where throughout the entirety of it, all gamers were competing.
Next time, bro. Next time,
looking like the better squad.
Lose opening, win round. That was how it was going every round.
It was.
Guys, replay चल रहा है तब तक guys देखते हो भाई चश्मे निकालने के बाद अच्छा लग रहा है क्या तुम्हारा भाई गूगल्स के खास अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था क्या गूगल्स हवे में रखते गाइस थोड़ी देर के लिए कूल लगेगा कूल गाइस स्टार्ट हो गया गाइस
an opening Jules. And now he's in the argument for being their best player. Like, if you talk about a turnaround, he just single-handedly destroyed them in that last. And well, when you're 7-1 down and this is the purchase, no ultimate still.
Bhai, chamber dekho, bhai, chamber
look at the pressure that's being put on. They've eliminated Bangor. Now, what I will say is that is the delivery of a fairly hefty upgrade in terms of weaponry. They get to keep the rifle and then get given an operator. I don't think that trade was worth it.
No, normally you're going to see players drop that up first, go in with the shorty, and then refract back. Of course, Aspas is feeling it at the moment, is the best explanation I can give. 7-1 up, but a little bit overzealous. Up against an eco, downright silly. But that's
Great
what happens
delivery
when you've got this.
though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
That's
Aspas delivery.
Honestly.
You'll get more than you bargained for.
Problem is, they still need to push out through this, and breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not help all that much. The Odin on the choke, the spam from both players catches by. He tried to slide through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter. GRQ having to recover, another spam. 2 players through the smoke of this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even after his heal. He's on 23 HP. And they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry. And chances for all gamers are running out. 8-1 in the lead, or MIBR.
I always find this when I watch Verno that he looks like a player above his age. Because in that moment, you could forgive him to go, oh, if that guy's fought like 3 of my teammates, I can probably just go in and kill him. But he's like, no, I'll wait 4 seconds, and then it's like 3.7 seconds, he's like, and now I'm fighting. Because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back line and make sure this round is over, and then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill.
By 8v1, by one-sided kill.
Basically makes it impossible for GRQ to get anything sure. He's got that run it back online. They have been farming up those orbs from all the way through the game, but we are yet to see that same heroic play that he was pulling out versus Heretics.
After a very competitive first map, it does feel like these last 2 have left something to be desired for all gamers, the last remaining hope. CN, here comes the ult. From GRQ, it's delayed for a moment. Flash lands nothing, reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through, bye-bye, no one's with them. Bye-bye indeed, it seems. To all gamers, we need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop across the board. Seconds on 10 HP, and he survived that fight. Shot back for the kill, and with 9-1 on the board, is there any hope left for all gamers?
Okay, that is the second round I've now watched where Zekin 100% should have died. But bear in mind, they knew he was in that corner since the run it back. So that was when they still had their entirety of their team online. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time.
9v1,
and then the fourth player that runs in just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs full swing and gets killed by Aspas because he's so tunnel visioned in on just getting a singular kill onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9 kills. There is nobody underperforming. And this is the team that was promised. This is why at the beginning of the year, you're almost laughing at the fact that Zekin has managed to go and join Aspas on the same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster. And it's not quite delivered, but when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war. And everything they do, they just run headfirst into it.
That's been the same for the last map as well. Like, that first half was close. It was a chance to be 6-6 if I'm not mistaken. And then we swapped sides and MIBR ran away with things. Now, on this map, GRQ, look, he's top fragging at least. But I did think that, like, I liked the comp. I liked seeing them play last time. I think GRQ especially is a huge step up, and he wasn't bad so far in this series. So you imagine that ceiling's going to raise. Fangir map 1 looked better than Aspas, which is one hell of a feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had. They've got 1 round of the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for. And even then, the Divine will have to answer for them to have a chance. Perhaps he has. Aspas has made a mistake. He's missed a shot. A rare miss on one side, but then an immediate filling in of the blank shrimp. Tries on the wraparound, but look how confident Zekin is. He's running at them. And maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir, quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the world's best.
He's got nothing left, though. He's down to just a classic. He used his last headhunter bullet just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either Aspas makes a mistake or he can get towards that site and find a gun, but you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards Spin. Okay, it's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same moment, moving in tandem. Now, Aspas is low enough that the Classic could just do
भाई
the work.
7 SP भाई
His
पिस्तौल
opponent at this
वाले का
stage might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant. And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now, he's got to go running back towards B.
And there's a TP available for Fangir, but he's not going to take the risk of even placing, and he doesn't know how close Aspas is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking the spike had maybe been taken. He hadn't seen it for so long. As time ticks away, the info not yet given away. Aspas, he'll break the trap. He'll step forward as Fangir swings in, and Aspas lands the shot,
भाई
digging a hole deeper for all gamers, burying them under round after round. This attack side, they may end the half with one.
It's looking more and more likely as they go by. An incredibly nice attempt from Fangir. This round shouldn't have been particularly close, especially after Zekin put him so desperately low and just seemed to have it dead to rights. This correction with a singular bullet left seemed like it might have been enough, but in the end, the final boss, look at the scoreboard, 11-11, 11-11, 10. Like, there really has just not been a missing piece to the MIBR puzzle. And wow, Zekin's getting more and more confident. In fact, this isn't just sheer rundown. Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay, is this the open site? Is it the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still one, now two, now three and a fourth. Wrapping round, and well, it was Verno to close 11-1. The team that faced off against GE is showing up once again.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's many teams out there that would look at, especially in an elimination match and a qualification match at the same time, and say, I'd like to face MIBR in that one. But you definitely don't want to face MIBR in this form.
भाई मैं तो जा रहा हूँ सोने के लिए guys.
Someone like Aspas can be. We've seen Tex from the very get-go be activated. But now Mazzino, Verno, they're there alongside him. Zekin looks like he's unkillable. The amount of times I've seen him take what for anyone else would be a death blow and keep on moving. Even at times having Aspas as his savior with the op wall bang.
I'll be honest. If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the Headhunter, and you'd said to me, oh, he was in God mode by accident, I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense, because there were rounds where, yeah, he gets wallbanged like that while being spammed out by an overdrive. The round after where he gets 3 kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs at him just to kill him, and Aspas goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys. Like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion's gun buddy. But even still, even with every once in a while a glimmer of hope, it gets shot down. This was probably one of the best opportunities they had, and even still it didn't go their way. And right after that, a complete decimation. 11-1. It was a good defensive half last time out for all gamers, but at this point, every single round is like hanging off a cliff edge.
Well, yeah, a pistol round will end the game. More or less any round after that will end the game as well, even if you take it. All gamers have to be.
हंस रहा है.
Maybe a 12.
Orange color का mouse pad लेके वो हंस रहा है भाई.
Like, the game that they played on map number 1.
भाई वन पे हंस रहा है भाई बंदा. आईजल भर रहा होगा इसको भाई literally.
They played double.
आईजल इसको भर रहा होगा भाई. दबा के गालियां दे रहा होगा. बड़े लोग क्या कर रहे हो तुम्हारी माँ का.
Once they had that time between maps to discuss,
let's go, guys.
How should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing
दो round निकल
like
गए खत्म भाई.
Ever since then, they cracked the code, and all gamers haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now,
they need the fan gear.
They need the fan gear. If they're going to have any chance, and there he is to start it off.
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means.
If
you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario they've had, but Zekken just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, an even scenario, a nice work from GRQ, a player revealed, but they are losing as they go. Just the 2 players underneath. The flash is perfect, and a second round will come through. The lifeline has been garnered, and more importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that ult.
Perhaps a consolation prize, but you never want to count yourself out. Remember, this isn't a situation where they can rely on a lower bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into. It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. And I was waiting to see if, as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way.
Ooh.
And take the eco.
Bhai Chamber, bhai, kya maar raha hai, bhai Chamber, love you, bro.
You want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end. Keeping this clean as well is exactly what they want. All 5 alive for all gamers. It's a good start to the half.
Yeah, especially when they've invested on every single player. They have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there.
अभी मजा आया भाई भाई चेंबर वन साइड खेल रहा है भाई.
Getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields, so he's going to come back in with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
A buy has been bypassed. Oh, he's just shot, but I don't think they've noticed this yet. Never mind. Oh. They turn on a dime, catch him off, but the trains keep on coming in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping Shrimp. Means the spike makes it to the site. Means a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. Paranoia for Kira can perhaps, in fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was not blinded by it at this point for Fangir. 11-3, you need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now it most certainly is with 2 left to get. It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it costly, but nothing to be found. No saved, and 3-piece for Verno gets 12-3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was no way out, but I think at that stage, saving the operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like, that round was already over, and definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the side after they've completely lost it. It just seems panicky. And you can understand why. Their tournament life is on the line. The last representative of VCT China. And it looks like America's might be getting one more team at least in towards the playoff stage. They are, however, a man up for now. Not a bad start.
Man to the good. Zekken down as well.
भाई साहब ये पोजीशन देखने के लिए भाई ये खतरनाक है भाई.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through, caught one, but not the second player. Luckily, Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind a veil. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set for 12-4.
They've got to run it back if they need it.
Bhai 4v5 ka match.
GRQ sat at the back of the site, and that's exactly what he's going for now. Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick. But no, he's denied by Tex. The problem is, Should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already. And Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move. And although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much. Although, if he got that TP off, there was a chance of the plant, Shrimp made sure it wasn't.
Comeback करती हुई लग रहा है guys. AG comeback कर सकती है
to take him out before he slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity for the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1. But this task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row from this point forward. Tour de force online for Fangir. I don't think he's going to be saving that for the next. I don't hear it popped.
Yeah, I think with the fact that they don't have the credits.
Yeah. Lose a player or two and the panic will kick in.
Nice important message, bro.
Yeah, all of them are one shot to the Outlaw anyway, bar.
Except Aspas.
Interestingly going for that. Here on gun in this round.
He's heard them, right? He's heard them, right? He's heard them, right? Oh my God! What is happening? They were stepping for the last 5 seconds. The man's deaf. He's unplugged his headphones. It's a 5v3. And Aspas has gone by. The dawn of this series looked so bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits, but as dawn turns to day, a dark night on the horizon for VCTCN. They are going home, and MIBR push through the playoffs.
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day for MIBR with that first map. They had themselves in a pretty decent position, and then we saw the fight back from their opponents. But on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR we hoped to see here at EWC. A brilliant performance, adaptations in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That was so quick. How they were able to get through their opponents. They look very, very good in this matchup.
Oh, they absolutely do. What a bounce back. I mean, all gamers' plan on map number 1 worked to perfection. Their preparation paid off, but the adjustments from MIBR were there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on Split, we saw those issues fixed.
By Vinas, by ML, bro.
For what was thrown at them. And from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this last map, it shines a light to just how strong MIBR can be. A big team now locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful, the wonderful Deacon.
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As it is MIBR Los getting the job done here against AGAL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR Los hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see.
It's good to see that it is in Ascend, right, as well. To see that phase, to see the bounce back from what we saw against Heretics, keyboard और सब लेने लगे भाई. Bruno, I think that throughout the series, Redemption
keyboard, mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from the
फटाफट से देखो guys, पीछे का देखो. अरे आंड कुछ सुनना नहीं गाइस, पीछे का माहौल देखो गाइस. उनकी गर्लफ्रेंड्स, उनकी फ्रेंड्स, वो सब आ गई गाइस उनकी, और सब उठाने लगे गाइस, कीबोर्ड माउस और वो सब उठाने लगे गाइस. कैसा भाई कपल, मतलब गेमर गर्लफ्रेंड और कैसा मजा आएगा नहीं ऐसे ऐसी जगह पे जाने का. अभी देखो आ गई क्रू टीम, आ गई, हेडफोन रख दिया. मतलब एक गेमर होता है वो, मतलब पीसी गेमर, उसके पास हमेशा हेडफोन ना ईयरफोन, माउस और कीबोर्ड होना चाहिए भाई. भाई लवली लवली परफॉर्मेंस भाई. अभी क्या बोलती पब्लिक गाइस?
When this roster was built, we keep saying
2v1
it was
bhai.
expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board, a fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR Los' last series with Tex standing by right now with Janiro.
All right, Tex, that's another win, assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified.
Let's go माफिया भाई अभी Apex Legend दिख रहे हैं.
Feels so relieving.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys also had us in that first half. So I want to talk about Lotus first things first. What went right and then wrong and then right again and then wrong again?
Yeah, I don't know. These Lotus games are getting a little too close.
Surlock दिख रही है guys अभी भी.
We have it, but we don't have it. We're making
Surlock
some weird
Veloy दिख
mistakes.
रही है.
We even figured it out right after the game what we were doing wrong. So it should be better for the future. But yeah, just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well as well. So yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus allowed you to adapt for the second and that third map? Because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're going to play in the future is really important.
And then now that you're heading into playoffs, of course, you've had a couple of learning lessons, I assume, so far from the group stage. What's been the biggest takeaway that you think will make the biggest impact once you are in front of a crowd?
I don't think the crowd will bother us too much, but I think we really need to focus on ourselves. We're our biggest enemy, honestly. So once we defeat that, and which we did today, it looks good.
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance, even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage competing?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me, and I honestly am fueled off of confidence. So my teammates hype me up. They tell me nice shots. And,
भाई हमारा RNDX वाला जा रहे हैं
Sounds
ना.
like a lovely group environment. I'm
वो
going
में
to say
RNDX
congratulations once
जा
again.
रही
Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex, who has been a rock for this squad, plus 21 in this whole series. You know, we talk about the firepower that Aspas brings, that Zekin brings, but Tex just so solid throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of some more supportive players. They're a big name duelist in a big duelist meta will often get talked about, but it's the quiet players, the support players that I know, they're the guys I like the most. You know, when they start to fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full credit to Tex and the squad for bringing this one home. They will be advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now, and they're getting the job done for Americas, doing fantastically as a region here.
Is this when I say that Tex also comes from EMEA? Like how many times can I just say that? It's like every team. Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important what he's saying about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the maps. Yeah. And I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is how quickly they skyrocketed. They escalated their own mistakes. It's like there was no one to de-escalate the situation. As in, somebody makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of the situations. You cannot lose sight of what your goal is when you're playing against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I mean, I think composure and experience are massive things when the pressure starts to ramp up. All the guys on MIBR here have been there and done that, even if they are quite young. They really know what it's like to compete internationally. For all gamers, not had as many reps at that, and I do feel like it showed today.
Yeah, and as I always like to do, the callbacks here when we're right and when we're wrong, and this was a time where I was wrong. TRQ got his hands on the Phoenix. I was very excited to see it. It just, him and the team didn't quite have the same setups and the same impact to put him in positions of success, but still, hopefully a growing moment for this young squad.
Honestly, I do think that it was also the capabilities that MIBR had to bring back some of the rounds. In so many of them, all gamers would start with the opening pick and just putting pressure onto them, and MIBR were the ones that were able to really play together and turn around the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from someone who was a former coach, right? You know, a lot of people talk about those pre-round strats, right? But really, that breakdown in the middle of the round when it gets scrappy, having the good enough fundamentals to be able to get that out, that's where you earn your salt, to be honest, as a good support staff, good IGLs, good leadership, developing those fundamentals, and I really feel like MIBR had that in spades today.
All right, well, with that victory, that does lock up Group D for us as we take a look at the bracket one more time to close it on out here on this Group D before we turn our focus to Group C. It started off with Heretics and AL to kick off not just this bracket, but their starting tournament. It was such a fantastic game. MIBR Los taking care of business against Global Esports. 5 rounds. You heard us hammer that one home. AGAL defeat Global Esports, who woke up and won a couple of rounds there, but still didn't win a single map. And then afterwards, we had the upper bracket. Pretty great series between Heretics and MIBR Los, and now we have our 2 teams moving on in. It is those 2 teams. Do you feel like that was the fair result for this bracket here?
I think so. I would have loved to see all gamers make it. I actually do think they had a good tournament overall.
It would have been fun.
It would have been really fun, but I think MIBR have that experience. I feel like if one of these teams is more able to make a deep run, it would have been MIBR, so I'm happy to see them in the playoffs where I do think they can do real damage.
I'm always down for an underdog story. I think that is literally the one singular best thing about sports, is seeing someone that you do not expect that much to win, or especially going up against Goliaths such as this one and managing to get the victory. I think that is seriously the thing I like the most about sports. This time around, it could not be, but at the same time, we were speaking about the highlight that this MIBR roster is in itself and how we want to see them succeed. I agree. For them, having a deep tournament run could also mean them adapting to bigger teams, seeing players unleashed on the bigger stage, and that is something that we have to be excited about.
All right, well, with that means Group D is done and dusted, and it's our final spot into the playoffs up for grabs. It's a rematch of day number 1, the champs of NA against the final hope against Pacific. It's G2 Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. We'll set you up with the pre-match after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
EWC 26. क्या बोलते हैं पब्लिक? लॉक्स भी गायब हो गई. ओनली फॉर सब्सक्राइबर ओनली मोड भाई. सब्सक्राइबर ऑफ कोर्स यार, कोई भी होगा सब्सक्राइबर मोड ही करना पड़े. फिर आंडू पांडू लोग आके फिर बक के चले जावे. आओ सब्सक्राइब करो. को मैं चाहूं चाहूं मैं तेरी में खो के दिखाऊं होठों पे लम्हा लम्हा हाल तेरा है। गाइस किन किन लोगों ने मेरा इंस्टाग्राम पे गाइस नया रील्स और वो सब देखा कि नहीं गाइस? वॉच पार्टी एंजॉय गाइस। एक गुड अंदर नहीं गया भाई। नेक्स्ट इच्छा बोलते रियलिटी बाहर निकालते। तो गाइस 5 मिनट की आंटी का कॉल लगाया होगा बोल लिटरली मैं बोल रहा हूँ समय ने आंटी को ही कॉल लगाया होगा आइए लेट्स गो री रिलीज देखने जाने का एंड गेम का पायल बोलते इंट्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट हो गया है गाइस
7 teams have booked their spots into the playoffs, but only 2 have the opportunity to get that final #1. It is the Group C decider match between Nongshim Red Force and G2 Esports, a rematch of day #1, and the lone win for Pacific as a region here at EWC. Pacific sitting at 1-7, the Americas sitting at 7-3. Will they be able to go 100% qualification to the playoffs? Let's find out together as we break it all down. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to kind of give insight on these squads who are now on stage and almost ready to go.
I'm a super big Nongshim fan.
This is crazy hate.
Wow.
And crazy
hate. Crazy. Yes.
I see where it is. You
Whoa.
Look, we all love Baby Bay here. We all love Baby Bay. My love for Baby Bay.
I feel like some people
love
like
Baby
Baby
Bay.
Bay a little bit more than others. Some people.
I love my region. I'm here for Pacific. I'm here for the boys on Nongshim. We have to get a team in playoffs, people, and Nongshim is by far our best shot, like you say. Look, they got the only win. It was against G2, and I was impressed by them. In Pacific, Nongshim have been a team I might have doubted a little bit. I might have slept on a little bit. I think they made some mistakes. I think that they did some things with the roles that I didn't love, but they're back to normal. Dambi's back home on the Neon. Xros is now in that supportive second man in that secondary duelist, and I love the changes from them. I think we've seen them play very, very good Valorant here, so maybe now's the time.
Tell us about G2.
No, you disagree?
Listen, Breeze, I understand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, okay? The 2 times that G2 has gone against Nongshim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that the history is just Andre just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous mouse mat that he had, but I think that Valen, this man here, this entire squad is the pride and joy of North America. So many times that we have believed in them, and I know that there's been some hearts that have been broken. I guess that you can say the same for Nongshim when they made certain
What the fuck? ये क्या scene?
teams in playoffs, if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because I'm gonna have such a cool week just pissing you off all the time.
Yeah, that will be very fun for me, but let's hope that doesn't happen. One thing I want to cast your mind back to is G2 Esports. They're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy. They looked amazing all the time. Who's on the other side? It's a full Korean squad of T1. T1 are the ones who get the win. Cast your mind back. I will say, I think G2 struggle with the Koreans. I think they struggle with the style that they bring out there. And I think the empirical evidence is kind of on my side here, Kukuka.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then, okay? They've won both of the times, so technically G2 should be the underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from Nongshim reminds us of the brilliance that we saw at the beginning of the year. They've been very close. They've already won against G2. In fact, they haven't lost against G2. Exploiting every single one of the weaknesses. So all the changes that G2 made into their maps fell short against a Nongshim that was all through and through, better prepared.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this Nongshim team have that return to form. The start of the year was unbelievable for them. They didn't lose a match in Pacific. They went to Santiago and they didn't lose a match. They couldn't have been better. It did take that dip in the middle though. The meta changed. The roles changed. They had to figure it out. But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again. But the thing is, it's not just Dambi on the Neon anymore. Xros is a fantastic second man in. I want to talk about Ivy as well.
Yeah,
this guy
he
was sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a very stacked roster that, if anything, is probably slept on after a slightly disappointing Pacific performance.
I think they slept on themselves.
I wouldn't disagree with
the potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, how about not? And it's like,
yeah, they did kind of just go, we're amazing, let's ruin it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things was like, all right, we're going to move Dambi off of the Neon that he's so good at, probably one of the best in the world. Some would say the best in the world. And we'll figure it out, right? And that didn't quite work out. Now they switch him back onto the Neon. Things look fantastic. Ivy also firing off as well. It is a very scary Nongshim roster that G2 have to come up against.
You know what it is? It's like putting training weights on, you know?
I'm going to need some explaining here. You said training weights, and I thought about the scene in Mulan where she has to go and climb the tree trunk.
Is that what you mean? It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Dambi on the Neon just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters here at EWC, they swap it back. They go, okay, Dambi, let's go. You're back on it. And now they're ready to go. It was the plan all along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Listen, if Puckett was here, I would make a Dragon Ball reference, but he's not. So I will save it for the next time the Nongshim play, if they are to make it out of this group. Let's take a look at the map, Vito, because it looks pretty familiar.
It's the same so far. Nongshim picking Breeze. They were very, very good on this map. A lot of A spam.
They went A.
They went A.
And then they went A. And then we went Sunset on the second map.
It was Breeze, Sunset, and Split.
Literally, G2 just wants revenge, it looks like.
Yeah, so...
Oh, no. That's the switch there. It will be Haven closing out there, not split by G2.
Okay, so yeah, G2 are the ones that make that little move. Obviously, map 3 didn't go their way in the past, so now they think they have a little
change it.
I think they have a better shot on Haven.
Win.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you gonna do?
I like it. I always think it shows a lot of confidence when both teams run back the same veto, because the winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, well, we learned from that, we know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes onto the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back,
sorry.
You're okay. But if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff from both sides feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how Nongshim just kept going A, but the massive hold the G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept playing it and got another rep. They have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still, the one player to look at is Jogemo and how much he's suffering playing on that KO. BabyBay was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Jogemo that is unleashed as well.
I agree.
9 and 15 was Jog in that first breeze. 8 and 16 was BabyBay on the Neon. So again, we'll see if they stick with it as we move towards Agent Select.
Yeah, look, it looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with this composition again, even though it didn't work against Nongshim before. You know, it's tough when Dambi's the Neon on the other side. BabyBay has a lot to live up to in that direct head-to-head. Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more, but it's all about what have you learned? Can they stop the A spam that Nongshim will almost definitely try and condition?
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So many walls on the side of Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It is incredibly annoying to deal with that, and that's probably why you want to go A. There's so many ways that you can segment that in some occasions if Jogemo doesn't hit the first knife because of the nerfs to the initiators, it kind of loses value.
I mean, the big thing I want to see from G2 is fight forward in a main. If you give a main, Exos will farm the ult orbs. He will get the ult online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it, so I don't want to see G2 sit too far back. Normally, you see A being played for retake, but you can't do that against the Phoenix comp. You have to show you can beat them there. Look for that area of the map, especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent Select has been completed, but you could see BabyBay pointing something out there with the light, so I think it'll take a little bit of time as they try to set that one up.
He actually didn't want to pick Neon.
What a misclick.
Oh, the light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to. And also, talking about just happened to lock KO as well.
Viper, Kyo, Neon.
We'll get you an update in just a little bit from a competitive standpoint on that as we like to see this one.
I will say for me, one thing that I don't think is touched on enough in this G2 we've seen a couple of other teams try Astra, and I do think it's a really nice fit across the map. I think on that attacker side, it unlocks B a little bit more, which is very, very important. And the theory is there that you should be able to fight a main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
Yeah, but you're speaking about the attack. They first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough form so they can get some rounds on the board. And as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that Nongshim were playing it, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid, being so abrasive with the walls and the utility falling onto it, is almost like you cannot blame Valiant. He really tried to create those situations, but Nongshim were on top of all of them.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think this is a map Nongshim just continually loved because they understand that A side so well. And I will say, I've been very, very impressed with Exros since it's him that took over on that Phoenix. I think it's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was a duelist guy. He played a lot of Yoru. He actually adapted across to that initiator to fit the team. And now he's even more unleashed.
Here we go. Nongshim Red Force, winners of Masters Santiago, G2 Esports. the conquerors of VCT Americas, the pride of VCT Americas. And again, so far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant tournament, it has been 4 out of 5 playoff spots claimed by EMEA and 3 out of 3 potential so far here for Americas. Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will Nongshim finally rise up for the Pacific, who the rest of the squads did not show up in Global Esports, RRQ, and very surprisingly Paper Rex? There's only one still remaining here. And we will start with that Breeze as we hand it on over to our casters for the call. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Digon. Yes, here we go. Ready to get into the action just about. Breeze again between these two squads. A rematch not just from Master Santiago.
RD versus GA.
Here at EWC. It was a 13-5 affair for Nongshim to be able to take this map. And G2, what have they learned from that is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to learn there. Of course, it's a very tough map to go up against Nongshim on because of the way that they're so quick to get to the punch. Like, Dombi's so good, he's got so much open space to work with, and then they've got, you know, multiple layers with the Harbor and the Viper to kind of cover up some of what they're doing and allow for some of those explosive plays behind the Phoenix and the Neon to really disrupt you. But it will be G2 starting on that defender side. It was very difficult for them to do much. I still look towards this Astra to get more value here for this new G2 comp. Obviously, yes, Baby Bay as well. On the Neon, had a real rough go of it. It's a tough ask to go up against Dombi when you're on the Neon, no matter who you are in the world. So a couple players that we're looking at really find some impact here, see if they could slow Nongshim's roll.
Exactly what they're looking to do. Some cheers from the stage. These players already fired up. It's going to be a full share of purchase here for Nongshim, wanting to have some oomph to this, but obviously are going to be working without the util. G2, though, looking decently prepared as they have this double stack ready to strike into mid. Slide across Leaf, playing this very cautiously, carefully, and absolutely annihilates them. 3 kills found, only Xross able to peel 1 back, and now Ivy, all of a sudden, the last one standing. 0 point not to connect with a swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo able to find the second kill as G2 find the opening pistol.
It's a good read. Just remembering and looking into the past that they don't check that angle. They don't check that quarter. And on top of that, I mean, Leaf, absolutely brilliant in those shots. That is not easy to do, even when you're offered the time. Full. That third one.
Clean, clean, clean. Big round win. Jumpstart things here for G2. Should be leading into a pretty easy 2-0 start for them. Good amount of firepower here as Baby Bay just looking to take the space outside of A main.
Only one bandit invested here for Nongshim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but Baby Bay tuck right in. Smoke, and they're kind of ready for it. At least gonna spam him out of there, but didn't really take too much damage at all. So RB suffers quite a bit more.
Down 46. Still looking to be taking those down. Through that wall rather, and Valen will quickly dispatch him. Ready to come through Gravwell to try to hold Ivy in position. He can't quite make that bandit sing the same way, so doesn't end up getting taken down. Pole position for a flawless retake here. RG2 as Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. It's sort of RB and X-Roll isn't able to find too much value there at that range. The last one will jump out. We'll stop it from being a flawless, but only one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the Sheriff, so Diffuse to come in and G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right now. Some good reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation, anticipation of how Nongshim's going to want to time those lurks with Ivy. They had the Gravwell ready for it. So really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. Baby Bay 3-0 already. much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made. Quick little walk, clear down through elbow, and this should give G2 a lot of comfort and a lot of information that this is still going to be an A-side lean from Nongshim. So players now starting to get in transit. Ivy trying to watch for that flank. Cuts him off for now. Valorant just
भाई क्या ही wall बना रहे भाई ये लोग.
Stop that Viper from being able to flank through.
कोई vision ही नहीं भाई.
Will be taking the plant to come in.
भाई ये skin है मेरे भाई के पास.
Not find much of anything there, but Ivy not with the bite leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And Valen gets spammed up.
G2
G2 maybe just gonna have to try to play for a few exits here. We'll see though. They've got an opportunity if they can find a pick.
Fragment out. Xros knows exactly where Jogamo is. Francis is able to
find the one that ये Phoenix को दिया भाई. Nice.
So Xros still going to be good for one before getting taken down, but it's still good damage found. Need to get onto this defuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out. But Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down. We'll see if he can find anything additional on the back of this, but he will not. Two players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here, you know, one of the things that Desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake very difficult against this Nongshim comp. In particular because of the Phoenix makes it really tricky sometimes when you're getting flashed trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those pyramids. It's going to be Xros with his ult coming into this fourth round. It's going to be the outlaw there for Baby Bay. It's only two players who are one tap to it, RB and Ivy. So here's Baby Bay hoping to find that lurking player from the side of Nongshim, but actually they leave Francis here as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon goes pretty deep. He's just going to peel back. So Nongshim, I think, probably pretty aware. They have to try something a little bit different, but so much util here at the door. Lock can be absorbed.
Running back through. Ivy, however, going to be taken down. That snake bite from Leaf is able to find him. Kill to come in, ult to expire. Now Leaf poking forward, finds RB, down, be dead. Xros now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so too shall he. Francis going to be able to find just the one more kill. Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything about it. Jogamo has the jump, 5-1-1 on this KO, and 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really impressive stuff already from
G2. अपने वो लेके भी आए, मैट भी लेके आए भाई. 1, 2, 3, 4 items लेके आए भाई, total ले लो.
Executes that one there. You know, maybe just relying a little bit too much on the run it back that it can clear a lot of space.
4 items उनकी लेके आए भाई ये लोग.
There, and Ivy just tries to disrespect the util, and maybe it was the decay, maybe it was a spam shot while he was walking through. That snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
Oh, quick shot. Domby trying to up the pace with Baby Bay. Absolutely denies it. Pumps the brakes for them, and Jogamo back up forward for another extra kill, but it will end up getting taken down. The weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward. Takes that Vandal into hand. Hurts away as the Nebula will fall, but fan out into mid. The drone
छोड़ा.
Looking to try to spot
someone. ये Viper ने दिया.
Glimpse.
भाई sniper लेके बैठा है भाई.
Challenge him this time. Just gonna instead split 2-2. Try to play it a little bit safer. See if maybe they can out-lurk the lurker here. Get behind Ivy. It's going to have to group up. They need to make sure that this hit goes through, knowing that there's likely going to be 2 left at least on this A side. Don't have the brute force of Domby there.
Oh, 1v3 यार. भाई सब wall कर दी भाई बंदे ने. भाई है तो हरामी भाई ये लोग.
It's a grab wall on the timing. It's well read by Valen. Baby Bay. Some pressure in this time.
अरे यार मुंह पे दुआ गए.
Ivy barrel stuffing is able to find that headshot. Outlaw into hand. Leaf, the only one that would be vulnerable to the one shot.
Bhai 3v3 hai.
Trent taking that contact. Takes him down, no damage to be suffered. Two players to try to hold the line here for Nongshim.
3v3 guys.
Back into their favor.
Bite.
He has the follow-up as well. He is on fire already. As G2 starting things off 4-1 to head to the next buy. Some ults cycled in here for Nongshim.
G2 bolte guys.
I think they should. I think
भाई G2 अच्छे खेल रही है भाई, क्या ही move मार रही है.
About how you want to address this. Like, do you want to try to take some more aggressive A main fights? But G2's already shown that they're willing to contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB dial up the proper response. You do have a couple big ults here on both sides. No command for Jog. RB's ult and Francis' ult available. So, see what the plan is behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
The peek out, this is going to be a double face. Ivy gonna have his work cut out for him. Since the slide out, he's trying to split the difference. He's trying to take down Leaf before maybe they can plant his feet, but to no avail.
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
I knew that window was going to be clear as well. Again, that space going to be given up on A, taken by Nongshim, but now here comes the retake starting. As Reckoning not quite in the range of that null command, so is able to send out the wall. Downbeat, he's going to go chasing forward. Try to catch them off guard here, perhaps. Oh, tucked away. Three swings. Jogamo will end up falling. The null command now expired, so no res to be had. Francis able to find Leaf. Trent peeling one back. Downbeat. Elimination, but Nongshim looking like they're finding their footing. And X-Ross starting to warm up a little bit more. Quick little transfer over to the side. Cleans up Valen as they will find their second round win.
Yeah, and this is one of these rounds where you can see just how oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you have the comfort of having the Harbor ult to give you a little bit of extra space to get Dombi next to Orange, and that pays a lot of value there. Nice little start, though, to isolate Ivy, take him out of the round, give yourself that 5v4 advantage. Still, though, Nongshim very fearsome, and they're still going to be carrying over a bunch of ults. X-Ross into a second, run it back. Francis still holding on to the Hunters. Fury, Dombi into an overdrive. So you used one of yours last time. G2 can match with a lot of their ults, too. Pit available for Leaf.
Standing ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option. Still, G2 giving up that front A space again. And Nongshim will just take this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A takes that they don't care if you know what they're doing. They'll just keep doing it. And very few have been able to really stop it consistently.
Really stopping considerably.
But they see one there, and it's taking their time. They really aren't too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs. Seen them a couple rounds now from G2, so being very cautious, making sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start the ready.
Guys, subscriber नहीं बढ़ रहे guys. Subscribe करो guys, like करो, subscribe मारो guys.
X-Ross sprinting around the back of side alongside Dombi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. Nongshim know that they're. Oh my God!
Oh my God! Smoke में pre farm क्या दिया भाई?
What in the hell is
ये
that?
गया Viper गया. ये मैं बोला ना Viper गया.
Yeah, he just got away with murder.
Neon भाई, Neon गया Neon.
Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury set the blind there.
से क्या मारा भाई?
Keeps him protected for now as Jogamo strafing across that molly.
ये.
Cleans up too.
1v2 मार दिया भाई ने.
That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one.
Plant sexy हो चुका है G2 का.
Snake bite sent previously.
भाई G2 defuse कर रहा है. ये ult मारा, Sova ने ult मारा.
Down to 8. The bursts coming through the hold to begin. Spray over to the one and Ivy.
Oh,
connect
Red Force guys. Bhai saab. 4-3 guys.
He was an absolute monster for Nongshim the last outing. Very quiet beginning, but that is a massive way to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see the thought process from Nongshim in this round. It's make sure that nobody's going to be able to get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post plant. So, you know, Nongshim a team that's well known for their, you know, pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dombi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe he's wise to some of the games. Dombi this time slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange. Here's Dombi, hits the transfer.
Neon bolte. Arey yaar.
Find a shutdown with that stinger. The weapon maybe a bit out of grasp. Maybe trying to
Arey फंस गया.
Will end up falling to the wayside as Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going.
भाई क्या ही knife है गया
forward.
ये Viper गया.
As well.
Oh, 4v4 guys, 4-4.
4-4.
And this is
4-4.
what makes Dombi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for G2. I get it. But also,
भाई रेड ने मारा भाई.
They know he's coming and they still can't stop it. So maybe rifles there, it's a different story. But yeah, look at this. I mean,
look at this.
Just ridiculous.
Just ridiculous. भाई replay दिखा रहा है.
No fear. Tough one. Yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dombi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This go. Valen has a cosmic divide. Jogamo getting close to another no command.
With the op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided. Nongshim have just forgotten that the B side exists.
Yes.
Try to go for it the one time, and it didn't work. You say, okay. Well,
Okay.
let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they change this to just a one-site map, Nongshim would be perfectly fine with it. Like they would just be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We agree. We agree.
Not a lot of sense.
B-site, why? Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again. And even though they've been able to best the three-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way. But G2 knows better. I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay. Look where Ivy's gotten to. And they have no idea. They have no info on that. And I don't think there's any way that this drone sees him. Unless he goes like this.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're dead to rights.
भाई अभी शांति से खेल रहे guys. 4v4 हो गया.
Pushing into the stack. Dombi gonna be headshot on that push.
Neon Chal.
Right up in between the pyramids. Finds
Oh,
it.
Sova
Push through.
Phoenix.
It's gonna be Jaw coming away with three.
Let's go.
Shuts them all down on entry, and Nongshim not able to gain the lead for themselves.
G2 भाई
Yeah,
क्या
I
ही खुश हो
really
गया भाई.
like G2's approach so far here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays a bit like how they used to play Breeze with the Harbor comp in that they throw all this util at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart, there's probably an Astra util in there sometimes as well. And then they're aggressively hitting you with a counterpunch while you're trying to make your execute. This is something I really liked that Valen used to do a lot with the Harbor. Now they've kind of got some new ideas as well baked into this to really shut down Nongshim. So finally, gonna have to make Nongshim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, make them think that they've rediscovered
surely
this section
time
of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're seeing two guns. So now as G2, you should be like, okay, they're coming this way again, surely. Right? You have no info in mid, though. I mean, you have no idea.
Maybe trying to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit. We'll send this. Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either onto a flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn. Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down to the floor. The res can come in, and is. Valen's able to find that, but there's the backstab. Francis arriving out in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent. Stuck within the smoke, pushes forward, finds Ivy, looks for a little bit more, but nothing more to go his way. 5-5, Nongshim, they will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, so actually this does end up kind of working, but also G2 loses a bunch of information control on the map, trying to make these aggressive moves early, and Nongshim's able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really good back and forth in the shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about counter adjusting Putting in a lot of good prep for today. Going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons. It'll drift back into the spawn.
Don't worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Ivy has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Balance done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood. That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim.
Out of equation.
I have to suspect that was going to be a big part of the plan to try to take the site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat. He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overdrive's just gone now, but Ivy finds the timing through mid doors. Jogamo going to be struck down. Trent spotted, and he's just a hair off from being able to find Dombey's head. 2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have, I think you just have to give this one up. Leaf is not coming to the rescue. He knows that this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out. If they find out where he is, I can see Dombey sprinting right at him, so he will keep it quiet.
Go, go, go.
Drift away. Nongshim will gain the lead.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's still a similar answer for Nongshim in terms of mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit, but it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there regardless, but you know, Nongshim round around making little micro adaptations, adjustments, make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that choke point punch and lose Valen quickly. And they just don't have enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure.
There's
so much more behind that Nongshim explosive entry power. It's really tough unless you are able to gum it up at the chokes like we've seen a couple times. This time around, maybe with that harbor smoke at the front of B. See if that causes any alarm bells. No, G2 holding the line.
There's the reckoning. Leaf going to be blinded up, but still is able to find Dombey. Exos with a turn to the side. Gets that kill. Blazewell now going to be situated. Molly into the Nebula just to try to make sure that everything is cleared out. Will just be drones exchanged.
Drone exchange.
Spike can be brought forward to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. Nongshim. His walls are only going to last so long. B still just checking on that backside corner. Goes for it now. Ooh, Francis to try to scale forward. X-Ross taken down. Baby Bay able to find the kill, but a quick peek and a quick kill. Francis finds the headshot, gets some more damage. Baby Bay down to a sliver. 5 health remaining on that Neon now. But Jogamo out from tunnel is able to find Francis. Just put himself on an island. Out of util now. Nongshim are just going to have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the one. RB trying to collect that elimination. Can't quite do it. Jump up over the half wall. Noise made. Trent knows exactly where he is. The swap of the guns to dive forward. The swing out.
W Raid.
Ivy from
Bhai Raid ne jo comeback ki hai bhai.
Blow them down. Nongshim managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs on that
Bhai
B side
Raid ne
too.
khatarnak comeback ki hai bhai.
A lot of A hits, but this one we're able to get going.
Half time guys, 34 minute ka 34 second ka guys break pada guys, 1 second washroom jaake aata guys.
Able to get the counter spam through the smoke to go. A little
Mango lassi kiसी ne bheja hai, mango lassi.
Review. This is the opening pistol where Leaf, pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
Oh, for sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of improvements here for G2, but still curious about, you know, with this run back with Nongshim continuing to just hit this A side over and over again, finding more and more success from it, and we didn't get to see a timeout call at all from Josh RT. Decided to just let it ride. Granted, from the defender's side, this isn't a bad scoreline.
Not at all.
But we need to see a really impactful attack now, if that's going to be justified.
It's got to be better than what we saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side in the previous matchup. So, yes, I think from what I've seen on this defender side, I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that, hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read on their opponents for the most part. Yeah, some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan, and it seems like they're pretty locked in overall. So, sure, let it ride.
We'll see. G2 can find that second pistol here on the map, or if it's going to be Nongshim building up the streak even further.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken, you know.
Frantically slamming the damn. Hit it too hard, and now it's not working. So.
You just blame Alex. Coach's booth.
आने दो, दिल से दिल लगाने दो.
For G2, a bit of comfort, but
G2.
Not going to be feeling.
Let's go match time, guys.
You're not going to be feeling truly comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
Yeah.
Loser goes home.
Loser go
Winner
home.
will be advancing forward into
I
the
know,
playoffs.
bro. Loser
on the big
always
stage.
go home.
I mean, if you can get this map to go, you got to be feeling real good about that sunset.
Oh yeah.
Do not like the way that Nongshim played it. Do not like their agent comp on it. But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope. My hope of hopes. See a little bit more consistency. Francis, clear the drone, and under a ton of pressure just says, nope, not even worth it. I got tagged by a dart. They're throwing stuff out. I'm out.
It's a gamble stack for Nongshim that he's not going to find success. I mean, should have known G2 was just going to look at the playbook from Nongshim and say, yeah, hitting A seems pretty good. Here at shop, going to be overwhelmed outside of bridge. Fallon cleans up down B, and now 3 players versus 4.
Oh my God.
Francis looking for a timing. Trent, ready for him to also swing up towards bridge. And now they're completely surrounded.
एक आगे देख रहा था, एक पीछे देख रहा था, दोनों को ले गया.
Fighting on multiple fronts, but Fallon has the backstab opportunity.
है, 1v1
now has to do it all. G2 looking
ये
well
वाले पिस्तौल
slated
भी
here.
अपने पास, guys.
To get themselves right back into this to tie
अपने
things
पास
up.
नहीं, अपने भाई के
7-7,
पास.
they can just close out a clean anti-eco.
Whoa.
It's a solid tap there from RB, but it's a matter of time before one of the players will find
yeah,
it's gonna be
G2.
Trent. As G2 now just 1 round
G2
away.
बोलते.
All right, giving themselves a real shot in this map. Love the aggressive post plant play from them. A very different look to G2 here today. And a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map. And that's really catching Nongshim off guard at times. You know, 2 players coming up towards bridge there. Absolutely unexpected. You wouldn't think, you know, maybe they'll send 1. 2 like that, especially a G2. I think, you know, they're a team that likes to play that fundamental set up crossfires on the site, you know, post plant style. Here today, come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
This time gamble stack on to A, looking to be correct for now. Trent maybe with a, no, I mean Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here on to Ivy. And now has it fully
Viper वहीं पे.
Ivy by this time, no. Actually, RB's got a ghost.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah.
Everybody else just with classics. And G2, they're going to look to explore elsewhere, at least fake back for a brief little moment. Sure that there's no deep flank through mid. Leaf starting to stray away. Going in with the rest of the team.
I feel like that dart and response should
भाई
make
होल्ड
a
करके
change.
बैठे भाई 0 foot.
Stand out on X Ross, but
Guys, camping करो
Coach situated. Pushes forward. A couple of right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close. 40
Guys,
seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be a pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Down in the walkout in the mid. Immediately going to be dispatched as Leaf finds that kill. And they say, well, we got one here, so let's just go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As X-Ross, he checked on the side. He was ready to try to shut down the clutch from mid. And he ends up being caught by Baby. He should have been able to have that kill for free.
3v1 हो गया भाई 40 seconds.
1v4 है अभी भाई. Now it's just Ivy to try to see if he can get any additional damage.
वो हाइपर अकेला बच्चा है भाई.
Basically needs 2 kills.
Aiva. Not be possible, bro.
Very unlikely.
शांति से होल्ड करेगा. वो भी पिस्तौल है उसके पास.
No, it's pretty difficult.
वो लोग थोड़ी देर को मारने आएंगे.
The spike. Nice little mid round here from G2. Kind of almost walked into the trap, but Nongshim pulled the trigger on it just a little bit too soon. I think they actually could have had G2 dead to rights if they wait for just a little bit longer, or at least done a lot of damage to him. And instead, they were just a little bit too trigger happy. That gave G2 enough time there for that mid round to move in towards double doors. But as Valen, I'm probably going, ooh, I almost sent the boys into the grinder. So let's
replay.
Try something a little bit different, maybe. Like to see
Heading to the above.
Toy with some different ideas.
It's just RB alone.
Boys, we're in Paris, not Monaco.
RB alone.
I don't know what we're going for here. Throwing the check. G2 free to scale. Swing of the elbow. Nothing there. No one home. Nongshim now getting ready to have the bad news. Here the sprint forward from Baby Bang, and RB just has to try to stay tucked back.
It's got to be full retake now. And I mean, yeah, you've got 4 coming from spawn that you may be able to just kind of.
Trent hears all this.
Yeah. That's so many footsteps.
Oh, bhai.
We'll stun him up.
Yeah, bhai. Neon, bhai.
To that.
Neon, bhai.
He was still able to find an elimination as well. Turns to the side, Baby Bang trying to barrel stuff. RB still goes away with another before finally getting taken down.
By 3v1.
Curveball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late.
Phoenix, oh, Sova.
Fire keeping his IGL protected for the moment as Jogamo gets this into a 1v1.
1v1.
Tapping the swing coming in, and Jogamo does it again.
Let's go, G2 bolte.
The 4K to take them back into the lead and convert the bonus.
Bhai boots maar diya.
G2.
G2 bhai.
Looking significantly improved on Breeze.
Oh, and a huge
bhai, yahan pe to jo Sova ko mara na Viper ne bhai.
His flashes have been really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him. He looks so comfy on the KO.
I mean, at its peak, it's a 2v5. It's just Valen and Joel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bales
I thought the round was
16
done.
round aaya bhai. 8-7 guys. 8-7 score bhai.
Untouchable right now on this KO. And G2, they want to try to up the pace. Not going to go for the more precautionary play against the Thrifty. That could have cost them everything, but Trent barely able to stabilize and take down Dambi. RB had the weapons now recoverable.
Ability le raha
है passed over. Trying to assess where they want this to go. They will leave it in the hands of Extras after all.
Kind of a weird post plant for G2 because they have to go fanning out, looking into spawn to see if anybody's out there before they could turn their attention back towards the site. Turns out that's where all of Nongshim is.
The Reckoning is going to be committed to this. It's not going to connect on anyone here. Valen's position now known off the drone. Cosmic Divide going to be called in, and Ivy dead moments before that wall gets lifted up.
Oh,
Leaf on this backstab could be monstrous. Jump through. Valen.
Oh, Phoenix, are yaar, ye kya scene hai iska yaar.
Just dancing around this. He's able to find Francis in there. Leaf now can strike. X-Ross hearing the footsteps, but know that this is going to be over. Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the Thrifty confirmed, but G2 still stabilized. One player surviving. They're still now up 9-7.
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post-plant, willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves. Now this time Nongshim on this eco does something that you see all the time. Turns up the tempo, tries to go for the big swarm. Nongshim actually going to take a timeout. Finally, someone does.
Timeout, Simon. भाई टाइम आउट हो गया गाइस. थोड़ी देर होल्ड ऑन चैट गाइस. जो बंदे देख रहे हो गाइस जल्दी से लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस. जो बंदे देख रहे हो फटाफट से यार तुम्हारे भाई को प्यार दो, सपोर्ट दो गाइस फटाफट से यार. सब्सक्राइब नहीं हो रहा आप लोगों से गाइस. सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस, सब्सक्राइब गाइस। सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस, सब्सक्राइब। नी मजा आएगा बिडू, सब्सक्राइब करो। गाइस जिसको भी डिस्कॉर्ड में आना है, साथ में वॉच पार्टी करनी गाइस, बताना गाइस चैट में, जरूर ट्राई करेंगे सबको, जितने हो सकते हैं उतने लोगों को बुला देंगे भाई। डन सीन गाइस। स्टार्ट हो गया भाई, फटाक से गाइस, 1 सेकंड में स्टार्ट हो जाता है भाई।
Because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, gaya bhai, Neon gaya.
Start things off, shuts down Baby Bay right as the null command comes through.
Neon slide khane se hi तुरंत ही दे दिया
neutral win as Francis going to be further spotted out. Fragment over to backside, another going to be layered in. For those flashes at back pillar, Ivy gonna hold his own, but X-Ross getting the spot out, relays that over immediately, and Domby will be able to find value, catch his leaf on that deep lurk. G2 for now. Going to be held at bay, especially as RB does that. Cleans him up. It's just X-Ross. Killed through the ult. Still on board for a flawless, which would be a huge way to jumpstart their economy. Get them back into this game. And yep, RB will be able to find the third and final. So flawless round confirmed. Nongshim, once again, just one round behind G2.
Yeah, the op really doesn't mean much at
भाई
this
माउस
round.
को ये
It's
लोग
more that
खाली यू माउस रखते
Nongshim
हैं,
just sticks to their
और
early
अपन तो
round
पकड़
read,
के
the
रखते
3-2
हैं।
setup.
ना
A
तो
really
यू
nice
ये
opening
लोग
shot from Francis to take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power denied. You need that Neon on these executes. And to have him just be instantly headshot, that slows you down so much because you know that snake bite and some of the other utils is going to be following. And it's just going to be so much harder for you to make entry. You're only running the single duelist as G2. Nongshim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two. As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. We're going to try again, though, a little bit faster this time.
Two players on the side of the side to drop down from Baby Bay. Going to be spotted here as Francis will fall. Leaf able to find that opening kill. G2 trying to make this happen.
Yeah. Let's go. Viper को क्या मारा भाई.
Just Dad leaves RB all alone now. A 1v3. 6 bullets remaining.
W भाई क्या मारा भाई. 9v8 है भाई.
G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out. Balin has the headshot. G2 get a thrifty, staving off Nongshim once again.
Guys, 10-8 score.
As they reach double digits.
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. It's like we're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time, they just turn on the jets. Well, sort of. They go in there quick, I should say. Get some space, have a good flash to clear the back of that space. RB almost plays spoiler.
Oh boy, this is a glass cannon and Dammy's about to peek in the mid.
Well,
all of G2 are there, and he cannot find the shot. Jogomo taking him down. Baby Bay, however, not going to be clearing the corner. Suspecting that op is going to be playing alone. Curveball out, but Jogomo just dances back up behind the door. Is able to dodge that out. Francis will have it on the trade with that Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Ivy under the cannons. Valen going to be taken down, and so far the clutch is decent, and they overstep. RB's pushing past his own wall.
A tough read now for G2. Cleared so many players here. Like, is this actually free? It is not.
Francis needs to win that one. He's going to win them both. Even can take it down. The op can be recovered, and Nongshim will spare their blushes a bit. It still ended up being a bit of a nail biter for them, but they scraped by with the round win. We're one away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the fast pace makes a lot of sense because you take down that operator so quick, but then Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner, I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm. That cost them quite a bit in that round. Maybe Bay will cut funds for that overdrive. I'm going to mention he picked it up in the previous round. Well, he's just going to dive on in.
Sending it now. Not spotting anything. Francis, sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. It's a drone and will have that Neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward with a full blind. Going to be connecting as he backpedals away. Gets that snake bite out. Still going to be 2 kills going over to G2. RB only able to find Valen. But Ivy again, look at the try to rebuild this space. Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. Elimination to come through. The overdrive. Tombi just trying to run him down. Different window could be everything. Turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
Huge shot there from Baby Bay. Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth it. They're just so scared. They have no idea where Xross went.
I mean, I don't know if they've seen him at all. He's got a full util.
No, I don't. I think he was on the other side of the map the whole time.
He's going to be looking for a backstab. Can spot out any of these players in transit towards A. Then used to think this is going to be B.
I mean, I think you have to pit. Most importantly, because you don't know where he is. 2024 Beautiful. Love it.
Yep. And they also gamble on the right side of the pillar. Backside plant.
Let's go, guys. 7 people watching my live stream, guys. Everyone double tap on screen, guys. Like karo, subscribe maro, guys. आइए 10-8 अबे 10-9 हो गया कैप्टन.
Now he has a bit of a quandary. You just save the op. You try to play it out.
दो बंदे साथ में जा रहे हैं. इसको सरप्राइज मिलेगा.
Oh,
भाई साहब.
What is that?
What is that? भाई साहब क्या मारा भाई दोनों को. मैं वाला फिनिक्स को दोनों का सरप्राइज मिलेगा. भाई क्या ही
godly clutch to tie it 10-10.
That is unbelievable. The youngster for Nongshim absolutely crushing G2 there in that moment. They had a real chance. There's a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created.
ये वाइपर को क्या ही नियॉन को पड़ी भाई. क्या ही नियॉन को पड़ी भाई.
It's gonna drag a gun. I mean, just disgusting. Just disgusting. I don't know how I feel about leaving the pit there, but I mean, he did hit a crazy good shot. You have to kind of tip
भाई
your cap
क्या
on
ही
that one.
घास पड़ी भाई.
That is just
भाई मजा आ गया भाई.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable भाई. सही बोला भाई.
Timeout call.
जॉर्ज थैंक यू ब्रो. WWE लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस. लेट्स गो. कैप्टन जैक भाई ने बता दिया गाइस. लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस. लेट्स गो. चैनल पे जो भी बंदे आ रहे हो गाइस.
Also, you're playing it in those circumstances as well as you can. You're double
Let's go guys. 20 likes कर दो.
You're making sure that you're not
रुको मैं लिख देता हूँ.
Really, I mean, what you think is going to be, you know, a 1v1.
Right.
You're playing against that, but somehow, some way, X-Ross, he manages to separate him.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight. And so it's just, yeah, it's tough. That's, you know, when you take a risk like that,
you're
going to catch your opponent off guard, but maybe just took a little bit too long. I think
Thank you for
maybe expected X-Ross to be to the site a little bit faster, in fact, and that they maybe could catch him, like, as that pit is dropping, him trying to scramble to figure things out. Goes that no command for Jogamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of standing there.
Menacingly.
Yeah. Real scary.
भाई स्नाइपर लेके बैठा है भाई.
I'm scared.
Cosmic Divide now to be called in. Dombi has the backpedal.
हाँ भाई पर अरे यार इलेक्ट्रिक मारा.
5v5 retake attempt, and Trent should be able to get into a disconnected position to utilize
5v5 है भाई डिस्कनेक्ट भाई प्लांट कर दिया G2 ने. G2 प्लांट है.
It should be a tough round here for Nongshim.
10v10 है भाई. 10-10 है भाई.
To try to find the jump here. Ivy, however, still pushing forward.
Oh boy.
And Leaf not spotting him at all. This is now a huge backstab opportunity for Ivy.
विमान उड़ा है भाई. पता चल गया पोजीशन रिवील हो गई.
It's under the side, Baby Bay. Rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valen, however, still going to be able to find one. Francis is going to be taken down. Watching for this flank. While the rest of the team still profiting on the front lines.
Viper ने क्या ही दिया भाई.
One, but now he's all alone. Nothing more to do.
Guys, 3v1
try to hold on to this gun. Jogamo will fall in his hand, but G2 win the round and regain the lead.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds that you love to see from G2. I talked about it earlier, just that traditional on-site crossfire setup post-plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger, but that is so well executed. And Jog continues to try 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure. And you've put Nongshim on another weak bye. It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. He keeps it over. Two, since Exros has a Guardian. They're going to go for a three-man slow creep out of A main. Two towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly Nongshim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space. And they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, Ivy.
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. Recon to backside, and Jogamo is silently crept forward. They have no idea that he's made it this deep, and now they find out in the worst way possible. Quick little shot, but Ivy quick to trade it back. Finds that kill, still operating alone.
Viper ko padi bhai, Viper ko padi.
Take him down. I don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid.
One tap leke aaya guys, one tap leke aaya.
About to swing this corner. With the peek in towards elbow. Just trying to be so cognizant of too many angles.
Whoa!
Leaf will strike, swing around the back. Dombi able to find that kill, gets it back into a 2v2, but they're just so outgunned. Melee bolt chucked in, push into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent watching has him covered. And Trent will get them over the line. A 3K for the Sova, 12-10. G2 just need one more to take down Nongshim on Nongshim's map pick.
The thing I love about G2 is that they always give you a different look, round over round. It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless, you know, they've conditioned their opponent that they can double down on that. This one, a quick check up elbow.
Let's go 12-11.
In towards the front of B. Almost, though, Ivy goes crazy. He got unspotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this time says, okay, I'm kind of sick of you guys doing this on my site. This is a Viper's Pit for you. Do what you want, but for now, G2's looking, again, for more aggression from Nongshim, looking for that scaling, want to be better safe than sorry here in this round. Anything really on the map is Star over at double doors in mid, right in front of Exros there. That doesn't tell you much. They're pretty much going to perma put that smoke down. I think the poison cloud is in mid too there, potentially.
Scanning ahead.
Trent, throws the dart. You're not going to get any contact off of that. So Leaf can at least hold the line here. Now you can start to establish your presence a little bit as G2 take a little bit of map control, start to work things out.
Oh.
What a pick for Danby, though.
Yeah, long range with that Phantom. Took a couple bursts, but eventually he's able to find that. Both now situated RB. In front of the Viper wall, trying to see if he can spot out anything at the same time. This drone forward into the pit. Just trying to sell a bit of a fake. RB trying to find that timing, but he cannot find the shot. Jogamo again, the 1-2 deliver. Noise is being heard, and Ivy's going to be outdone. Trent never rotated. Stayed stagnant to Dami now. Taken out of the equation. Exros and Francis having to do it all in a 2v4. Now the 1v4 Exros.
1v4
Exros. Cut out for him. He finds the first.
3v1.
Until is still. An all command will expire. But on the swing, Valen takes the fight and takes his life. 13-10. A massive rebound. G2. They did their homework. They were prepared for Nongshim to go back to Breeze.
And it's really on that defender side where they made some really nice adjustments to get some rounds, to get some big rounds. Getting up to 5, they win both pistols, that's huge too. But it's all in the preparation. I mean, you could see it right from that first pistol round where they tucked the player into a position where Nongshim had no idea they were going to be there, and it devastated them.
A 13-5 on the first outing. Now we get ready to go to Sunset, G2's pick, where they were able to take down Nongshim in 13-7 fashion. Nongshim, their backs are up against the wall. They need to fight back, otherwise their run at EWC will come to an end. But for now, let's send it back over to Deacon and the desk.
13-5, as Achilleos said, was the last time that these two squads did battle in Breeze. But this time, G2 come prepared, and they stick it out. It was a very, very close series of back and forth, but ultimately goes the way of G2, and they are up 1-0 and one match away of making it an all-Western affair in the playoffs of EWC 2026. And big time on that last one, and big time, you just...
वॉशरूम ब्रेक पड़ा है गाइस दो निकल जाएंगे ना तो हो जाएगा जैसा 1 निकला है वॉशरूम ब्रेक पड़ा गाइस मैं भी आता हूँ वॉशरूम जाके कुछ खाने का हो तो भी
I mean, like, that's the one thing you can't do on Harvard. You can't die before that spike is getting planted. We did see them play that A retake a couple of times, and I think G2 had the answers. But I do want to echo just what Paperthin was saying. I think that first half is where G2 really showed improvements. I loved it that they came out of the gate swinging. They fought for A main. They listened to me. You're welcome, G2. That's all me. They fought in A main. They used that Astra stuff well to be able to condition Nongshim. Nongshim managed to recover that pretty decently as well overall, but ultimately it's just not good enough here for the Nongshim squad. They let it slip far too much in my mind.
Well, thank you for what you did for your region.
Yep.
To me, it was...
sending them home.
Yeah. Just send them home. Send them home. But I love to see also that Jogamo was unleashed the way that he was.
Yeah.
Today, it's not only having the balls for going for these duels. I think that he was much more right into where to use the utility and where to actually be a surprise for Nongshim. Not only that, shutting down Dambi was one of the main keys for G2 to actually get this map on the board for them, and that is something that they definitely achieved. Do not get me wrong, it did go the distance and it wasn't perfect, but it is so good to see that in just 3 showings the phase that we're seeing from G2 goes from that loss to this win, because it's only been a few days.
That's the thing for me. I don't think this was terrible for Nongshim. I think they still had good ideas, and the execution, you know, it wasn't perfect, but it was still solid. I think they lose both pistols. They lose a bonus. They can't get momentum in the game, and that is backbreaking. But I do think it's G2 that showed dramatic improvement on this map to get the win now. But as we're going to move across the sunset, I need to see Nongshim find the same level of answer, or they will be going home. They couldn't get it done here on their map pick.
I think that they also learned what positions to play and how to take advantage of them, how to surprise them. Leaf and Valen on the defense, amazing the way that they were playing, the way the Valen was trying to read them time and time again. Very good showing from G2. We said we expect this series to go the distance, but that was kind of accounting for Nongshim getting this first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed this into the series. It's hard to know, but it's going to have to go the distance, and they need something better on Sunset.
Yeah, just speaking about this Breeze one more time on G2 side, this is that unique composition that they pulled out earlier in the tournament. They had the second match to try it again, see if they were switching. They did not. They stuck to their guns, and Jogamo leading the line here for G2, 27-16, the only player to hit 20+ kills in the round. It was just a very, very solid showing from him, given the fact that he's the one flexing the agent.
Yeah, he's got that dog. What do you say? He's Jogamo. He's got it. He's always had it.
Yeah, look, we got to give him his flowers. We criticized him when we first saw him play this KO. We said, "Is this the right
just because,
call?"
But the reason why we criticize him is because, like, we know he's so good and he can be such a big win condition that you will want to do anything for him to be comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I think he proved those doubts wrong. He proved that he is able to hit that same level of performance on that KO. We heard from Baby Bay in the interview, and they said the reason we went for this is because he's so good on that Phoenix. So I think a lot of it was about letting him be a little bit more aggressive. They don't want him to be this incredibly supportive KO, and I feel like when he puts himself first into those positions to take the fights, he can definitely win them, as we saw this game.
That was your STC replay from map number 1. Breeze going the way of G2 and Kukuka. We have to talk about it now because it's one win away, potentially a full Western playoffs. Like, that just seems like wrong. That just seems wrong here in terms of Valorant.
Yeah, we've had such a variety of teams all throughout the tournaments that we have had. China, Pacific, but if G2, as you're saying, is to win this next map, it will only be 4 teams from EMEA and 4 teams from Americas making it into playoffs. So as you're saying, it would feel very little Valorant in 2026.
Yeah, look, it's abnormal. In Valorant, we're used to seeing a lot of regional parity. The top 4 at Masters London, 1 from each region, but that would not be the case here at EWC.
All right, well, we'll find out if that's the case or if Nongshim can bite back, not only for Pacific, but for the rest of the world. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
maybe ऐड ही चल रही है. ब्रेक लंबा पड़ गया क्या गाइस? लंबा ब्रेक आ गया.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Back to Sunset we go in this rematch of day number 1, but G2 are up 1-0 over Nongshim. The last time these two teams played, it was a 13-7 victory here for G2 to extend it to map number 3. If they do it now, they punch their ticket to playoffs here at EWC 2026. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to break things down as we move on over to that Sunset.
Yeah, and in that Sunset, there is something to be very excited about, and it's the composition that G2 played the other day, having the Neon, the Sage, and the Chamber.
Yeah.
We were theory crafting about what we wanted to see, and funny enough, we got everything that we wanted. Incredibly abrasive from the defense. Those two extremities with so much pressure, and a Juggernaut that is free to roam around the map.
I think G2 excelled on this map. Like I say, I agree. I loved their composition, and I loved how they played it. They're a very smart team. They've always been good at Sunset. So I love that they were ready to pick it coming into this tournament. But on the flip side for Nongshim looked woefully underprepared on this map in my mind. Definitely felt like they didn't have the reps and they didn't have the read. But we have just seen how much G2 were able to dismantle them on Breeze, given time to make that read and make the appropriate adjustments. I need to see that come in from Nongshim. I need to see good, smart coaching. I need to see clear game plans to be able to deal with Juggernaut and shut it down. And to be honest, I wouldn't be against a comp swap. We also saw Nongshim run the Sage. I love the Sage, don't get me wrong, but it didn't suit the team. It was X-Ross playing it. I think he had 8 kills across the game and very, very little impact with that utility.
It was also the Cypher as well. Sage, Cypher, those were 2 different ones there. I think Sage was being ran by G2. Cypher was the one that was different. I'm very interested to see what it's like.
Just too good. Baby base just too good. That's exactly what's going to happen. To me, Morgan, you have to sell this to me. If there is any hope for Nongshim, how do they turn this around? Because now that we've actually put it into words and we've put it as in for EMEA, for Americas, maybe I don't want G2 to win because that sounds kind of boring. Like, what is people going to say? That is not good news, especially, and jokes aside, especially coming into next year and how things are going to work.
Yeah.
EMEA and Americas and stuff, and that's it. Come on, guys. We don't want that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I for sure don't want that. I know that this Nongshim team is capable of so much more. This is the team that lifted a trophy. They went to Santiago. They went flawless.
No, but you need to sell it to me now. I know what they're capable of.
I'm building into it.
Yeah,
I'm building into it.
Yeah, but
what
I've
they're
heard this
capable
story.
of is Dambi going crazy on the Neon. Sunset is a fantastic Neon map. I want to see him bring it out. If they do bring out that Sage, I want X-Ross to be very, very aggressive. He has the capability to do it. When I felt him play it before, he was too far back. He wasn't getting in the mixer enough, but that's where he's at his best. On the Phoenix, for example, he was great in the last map. He was the bright star for Nongshim.
You say that you want X-Ross to be extra aggressive. Do you feel like sometimes Dambi is a little bit lonely? On the tip of the spear.
He can be for sure. But I mean, I don't mind it if they swap away from it. If they want to go solo duelist, this is a team that can do that as well. When Nongshim were in the come-up, cast your mind back to 2024, it was a lot of breach, it was a lot of supporting utility, and Dambi getting it done himself. So Dambi, please, if you can hear me, come on, man. Keep the region alive. I need you.
I just still can't believe that you just heel-turned after giving him so much stick for being a bad friend and not supporting our former caster teammate here in Baby Bay. You had the jersey out earlier, and now you're just playing both sides.
I am so full of it. Everybody that knows me knows that I support no team. Like, I support everyone. I support whomever wins. I like the underdog stories, and I just support good Valorant. I have no horse in this race. I want the better team to win.
Wait, did you just hear what she said? She said,
that's how I managed to live my life.
And
you know how
also
intense I am. Could you imagine if I was actually a fan of a team? Can you actually imagine?
That's a good point.
I mean, we saw it with España, who won their World Cup.
And you will keep seeing
it. As we get ourselves into map number 2 here in our final Group C decider. Win and move on for G2. Lose and go home for Nongshim Red Force.
Okay, so this
is breach. Do you want to defend yourself?
It's a very, very different composition coming out from Nongshim. They're swapping back to an old school style that this Nongshim team ran way, way back in the day. When I remember playing this team in 2024, this was the kind of thing they would do. Dambi was that solo Neon, and he was heavily set up by smart initiator util. Now we know Francis and X-Ross have the capability to do that. They've for sure swapped styles here. Now the plan here is you have so much util, you want to bait out that Sage util, you want to be able to force away Baby Bay on that chamber across away from those lines. I think this is a good, smart, deliberate swap into the composition that they knew G2 were bringing.
Let's go guys, let's go. Round 2 bolte.
They know where the mistakes were and where the parts of the maps that they couldn't get into. We just spoke about the defense and how we expect G2 to play around it. Also, so many risky positions as well. There were so many moments where any gap was filled by G2, and even making them even more aggressive from the defense. I wonder if Francis being on the breach is going to be enough. There is a lot of stunts, as you're saying. There is a lot of utility to force Chamber out of those angles, to not give Jogimo that much freedom. But I will say, Trent did play super, and I mean super well on this map with Sky.
He did. He's very, very good at it, no doubt there. But I do think they have their work cut out. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling the copium for Nongshim. It's growing. I'm believing.
It is the winners of Masters Santiago earlier this year trying to recapture that form in the quickest of moments. They have to do it right now. And G2 have fought off the phantoms of failure on the international stage by defeating XLG earlier and trying to do it one more time here against Nongshim Red Force. It's map number 2 and match point for G2. Let's see what Nongshim have something to say about it as we send it on over to Kilios and Paper Thin.
It can all come down to this. Sunset has to be where Nongshim grab this series by the horns and take it into their own hands. They have to find this win, something that they failed to do versus G2 in the last outing. A change of the composition. back to very old flavors.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough?
Let's go, boys. जितने देख रहे हो जल्दी से like करो,
You
subscribe
kind of
करो,
hope
guys.
here as Nongshim that the map doesn't live up to its name for you at EWC. That this isn't going to be where you say goodbye. But there's still a hope, and I mean, I talked about it even during Breeze because it was already on my mind.
Player change हो
I need to
चुके
see
हैं,
a
guys.
different comp from Nongshim on Sunset. Did not like what they were bringing to the table the first time. I think this is not only more in their wheelhouse, but I think suits going up against G2's style better. The desk was doing a great job of laying that out for you all, keeping the chamber uncomfortable. I think as well, having a little bit of extra oomph to kind of fight Trent Sky. There wasn't much that Nongshim had in the bag with their previous comp that could keep the Sky off balance, that could, you know, kind of have a counter punch against the Sky Flashes when they're coming your way. Now you've got that breach to allow for that fault line. You've got the fade that you could throw some prowlers out, throw a haunt out to slow down G2 behind that Sky util. So a lot to keep in mind. Pretty aggressive here.
Snake Chicha ने कुछ photo डाला. ये grinding time Snake Chicha कुछ तो कर रहे हैं.
From Valen. G2 does give them a little bit of space, allowing Baby Bay to push forward, but I think he heard or spotted Ivy, one of the
भाई
two.
साहब मस्त आया, मस्त मार पाया.
Quick slide forward into the A site. Widely empty here from G2. Paranoia going to be sent through. Interrupting that plant for now. Baby Bay trying to note and get that kill on Ivy on that flank. Will take him down to 9 HP, but cannot finish the job. Ivy moves over to safety. Ivy now can slowly start to rescale. This space back, but how much impact is he going to be able to have is the question. Has that ghost for the team? For now, it's a hell of a lot of poke and prod, looking for some kills, but down will be the first one to fall. Francis rushing forward, classic in hand, is able to find two. Ivy now swinging around the back as it's just Baby Bay remaining. Two bullets in the headhunter. They cannot get the classic out fast enough. A 4K for RB will get the pistol win for Nongshim.
Yeah, RB just sending it in there. Just going for the right clicks. As well, if there's going to be a lot of smokes on site, I'm going to just see if I can use that to my advantage. That is exactly what happened.
red color का box देख रहे हो, डब्बा इतना red color का. वो webcam पे guys.
G2 here, but the fact that Baby Bay not able to get that kill onto Ivy leaves him at 9 HP. Means that he has to wrap all the way back in through Link instead of trying to come through their spawn or something like that to keep Nongshim guessing a little bit more. Goes for the early shot, does not connect. Flash there. Make it a little bit more difficult for him. And away we go. Nongshim should have somewhat easy access to the site, but actually something's got them thinking otherwise.
Clear that trip. Ivy now to scale forward. Will miss his timing on Leaf. Just now slotted into market. Always going to be heard all around as Valen will get taken down. Trent trying to send out that Sky Flash, and it's just all the play leap in. Gets that backstab. The Marshal now going to be recovered. Taking into hand, but Spike is planted. Pot shots flying through. Nongshim need this one to be clean. They could not do in that previous map. He's just riding in alongside the smoke. X Ross able to find one. Jogamo going to be struck down on that approach in domain. Time starting to tick away.
1v2
at the back of sight.
Cleans
up Leaf, so about as clean as it can.
भाई रेड ने कमबैक किया guys. रेड ने कमबैक किया.
Key weaponry retained. Nongshim find the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're able to eventually suss out the correct read. Sure, there's the Sky Flash in the mid. Gets you the kill. That's really all there was there.
भाई monitor सारे के सारे भाई.
We're looking to maybe get that early head hunter kill.
भाई what a quality भाई.
Success. Let Baby Bay go for those quick one and done peaks. Just wasn't able to connect really, but it's that early util from Nongshim that keeps him a little bit off balance, makes him maybe pull the trigger a little bit sooner than he'd like. Only gonna have one bullet in the headhunter here. Got the outlaw though.
Oh, fully blinded up. Stuck behind that box, and Dambi able to wall bang him down. The shot from Baby Bay not going to be connecting his Dambi's able to find a second. Trent going to be eliminated now. Ground into the corner, trying to hold his own. The right click will get some damage, but it's far from a kill. Nongshim are everywhere they need to be, as they will be converting this bonus. 3-0 start for them on Sunset. Perhaps this just means both teams took their time.
Tiger or
For
what?
their opponent's map picks, suspecting that this draft was going to end up being very similar to the previous.
I think you're exactly right. Fully agree. Leaf trying to skirt between Nongshim players.
G2NS.
Very precarious position. Oh,
1v4 situation,
The
guys.
whole of this noise that Dambi is making, and he should have Ivy falling into his trap.
Oh,
Little second to readjust now. Turns his sights back over and catches Dambi in midair. Good damage found from Leaf, but still a bonus converted for Nongshim as they start building up this economy.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Josh
Guys,
brings a
ungli hai
timeout
to dekha
here,
inki.
or very soon. You
Keyboard,
got to talk
keyboard
about
you.
some of these setups and how they have counters to maybe some of the set plays you have where they didn't before, right? They've got flashes. They've got the breach in there this time. So that quick hit that Jogamo wants to make there, that slide behind the box outside of B main, isn't going to work this time because there's so much they can actually throw back at you, whereas before they didn't have nearly as much. They had like a paranoia. It wasn't much.
Looks like for now we'll just be tabling it until the next rifle buy. Now a bit of a third attempt with that carried over Hero Vandal in the hands of Leaf. One charge away from having that res online as Ivy's going to be spotted nice and early. Jumps back across in the tiles to safety. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through on the A site. Allen going to be forced away. Pop flash going to be sent in. They try to hound down Tommy.
Bhai bhag raha tha Neon.
The one Trent with
Pagda
another.
gaya.
X-Ross is dead. And
Oh,
RB can only
1v2.
find one. Jogamo
Ah, yeah.
puts it to use, and it's a thrifty for G2.
G2 come back,
To
guys.
get their first round win. And if you're Josh RT, if you were considering that timeout, you're not doing it anymore.
Nope, definitely not. Nope, don't need to.
G2 come
They
back,
just had
guys.
to be a little bit patient. Play for the retake. Get a great flash to go. A good paranoia there, too.
G2 come back, guys.
Hitting
G2
them
come
from
back
both
किया, guys.
sides
3
there
के
at
बाद
G2.
3-0 फिर
Really
मारा भाई.
nice.
3-1 किया,
Nongshim
guys.
never even had a chance to react. Francis had a rolling
भाई
thunder.
2
No
का अल्टा
opportunity
चुका है.
to use
सामने
it.
1 का आया.
Just
सेज
gets
का आया,
smothered
guys.
out of that round. It's kind of curious if Baby Bay was going to go for the op here. Had enough money for it. Opts to just
वो smoke तो भाई आते ही
hang
starting
on
में.
to the rifle for now. Since he had been cutting funds, I've been keeping track of his headhunter bullets. That's what kind of had my interest peaked. Still only at 2, but was for the Phantom this round. Maybe just since he scooped a gun up off the ground. They pass one over. Oh, RB though through the smoke.
I'll give it a bit of a freebie there. Trent dead. He was one of the big reasons why they were able to get that thrifty over across the board with that pop flash through the smoke. Not going to be the safest res ever, but still are going to be going for this one. It's going to be sent through. Sliding across. Down RB, but the trade is going to be there. But back into a 4v4 as the rolling thunder connecting on the 2, but the wall has them contained.
भाई स्टील कर
Flash
दिया.
out, Dambi widely avoiding that.
भाई
That was
वो.
Valen, not got
What
the
the
kill.
fuck भाई क्या ही reflex
Got
भाई.
him absolutely screwed, but the cleanup is still looking decent.
8 HP, guys.
Trying to pilot this one together. Trent able to
Guy,
find
guy,
that elimination.
guy, guy,
Ivy now
guy,
getting
guy.
ready to swing. Striking.
Oh,
And knocks
oh,
them both out.
Red.
It is a clutch for Nongshim.
Let's go भाई
Maintain
Nongshim
a
भाई.
3-round
Clutch
lead.
मारा भाई.
There's actually so much to talk about in this round, but it all happened so fast. There's the rolling thunder, there's the res, there's the cover of the res with the neon slide, there's the wall from
भाई
Lee
क्या ही
to
मारा
block
भाई.
in this entry to set G2 up for a potential last minute defuse, but it's a wrong guess on which way Ivy had gone. They just assumed he had wrapped back to Link, but he actually was just staying behind A the whole time. Tough to read in that situation.
Guys link डालता हूँ Discord के guys जिसको भी join करना फटाफट से Discord पे आ जाओ.
Wait for his moment to strike. Zombie flashed up. Doesn't want to continue there. Trent for that prowler. Let's see if he wants to keep reconfirming with the dog. He's going to see a lot if he does. High-low setup.
Couple shots out. Gives Dambi some pause. Slows it down for now, and Ivy just trying to cause some disruptions in mid.
And because of Baby Bay's op, you can lean your strong side into A now. This is really comfortable for G2. A-site simulator all over again. Seekers. Yeah, oh, you know. Just don't clear them.
It's a decent amount of
They're
information.
yours.
Meanwhile, Valen on the scale forward is able to find Francis. Spike on the floor, but Dambi still sliding in, is able to find one. Forces The reposition from Valen.
It's a beautiful relay.
Being out, oh, Hat's going to be spotted, and there's a strike. Jogamo intercepting Ivy. As he tries to enact that flank. Nabi, however, slow approach, pop flash, confirming his presence, and Valen has the counter swing. Meanwhile, Plant is going to be coming through. RB is all alone, and Extros needs to win that fight, and he does. Trying to get into safety, but oh, well, we're going to be spotted still into the open, so it's an easy kill for Baby Bay to find, and now they know exactly where Extros is at. The swing, not even going to be allowed to get started. Baby Bay will just pre-fire it. Finds that kill, and G2 find themselves a second round.
Yeah, this is exactly how G2 wants to draw up their defense. You get into that op with Baby Bay. He locks down B-site pretty much by himself. Then you can lean the rest of the players to the other side. You get the confirmation with the Sky util there. Even though Dombi almost gets away with 2, doesn't quite. They're still able to keep him contained outside of A. Then you're able to spread your wings on the map a little bit. Dombi will have that overdrive. So
G2 win करनी चाहिए मेरे को ऐसा लगता है रेड से अच्छा था. क्या लगता है G2 ले जाएगी क्या रेड ले जाएगी?
Pretty similar thoughts here early. A little bit of extra help towards B this round though.
कैमरा लगा दिया भाई ने.
They want to put Leaf over there.
वो ulti मारा.
Try a different setup, and they are correct.
Can they break the op? Sprint in. Big get for the kill. Makes his
Chamber bhai.
Posted up on top of 10 spot. Here at Market will drop back.
Bhai Omen kya mara bhai?
They'll be eating a bit of that paranoia here. Now RBs goes out. Saves him off. Tries to
go
for
bhai saab Chamber.
But Valen able to find the kills. RB will get taken down at backside. This should be so very favored for G2, especially as Valen does that. Francis can't find a damn thing. And some of it the heals, but frankly, none of the players in G2 really ever feeling like they were truly in any peril.
G2 come back और भाई G2 ने sticker लगाया उसका.
Deny a thrifty attempt. They get it flawlessly done. Now they're one away from trying to tie things up.
You know, what's funny is in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know, Valen doesn't have a smoke. That's kind of a tricky crossfire. You might lose a couple players here as G2, and then he just shows up with the Phantom and answers the problem. Just absolutely great stuff from him. Again, getting into that op, so crucial on this defender side to start locking rounds down. Now they're going to reposition Baby Bay a little bit. Move him in towards mid. Nongshim maybe kind of sensing that. A big stack. We're shut, but he has the rendezvous.
Taking the top mid. Could even go for a re-peek from there. But
चेंबर भाई G2 का चेंबर भाई क्या ही है भाई क्या ही भाई.
Thought that maybe they could do a little bit of peeking.
Well, Ivy also had eaten some damage. Swing out. Trying to get that readjustment, but will eventually find him.
Was ambitious.
उनका नियन जिंदा है उसका अल्टी भी है.
Did he catch him off guard?
यहाँ पे अपना क्या बोलते हैं चेंबर का अल्टी है.
Jog is as Jog does.
Yeah, sometimes great. That right there, just a little bit off.
चेंबर मारेगा देखना भाई.
Unless Ivy jump peeks this. Pops over the crosshair. I don't think he's going to be getting away with it, but oh no, fast swings it. Wow. Absolutely destroys me.
What the hell, भाई? क्या ही चेंबर को मारा भाई?
So much of the box.
Impossible था मेरे को लगा चेंबर मारेगा भाई.
Damage somewhere else.
Yeah, I think he had eaten it from Leaf before.
Oh, okay.
Just not quite on the mark with
मैंने
it.
सोचा नहीं था मतलब चेंबर को पड़ेगी.
In position, Valen and Trent trying to get this retake going. As Overdrive is going to be popped, slide to the back. It's going to be X-Ross collecting the first. Trent able to find 2, but now Leaf going to be noted. The camera set up from Ivy. Spotting him out on this approach. And against that quandary, you let this round go over to Nongshim, go back, recover the operator. Do you try to play this out? A caliber of Leaf's player, the player of Leaf's caliber, absolutely possible of making this one work. He's going to have to find them pretty damn soon. Now knows where they all are. Ring around the rosy here with Francis. Running low on bullets, so just 4 remaining left in this mag. The time being played. He's out. And that will be the round.
Jump in fire, bye.
Francis just dancing on him. Nongshim will maintain the lead.
Yeah, even though the initial mid pressure that Nongshim tries to create feels like it's going to be a round ender in itself. I mean, you lose RB, you lose that Omen so early, but they're just so good individually, and Jog kind of goes for a risky play. And then Ivy wins that big 1v1 up against BabyBay's op in top mid. That really opens up the map. So kind of one of those rounds that comes down to individual play. Nongshim able to get ahead in that regard in a lot of those categories. So G2 now taking a bit of a timeout. I think maybe want to
time out, guys. थोड़ी देर का break.
Address a few things. I think maybe talking about some of that mid control potentially, but honestly, I think they have a pretty decent idea. It's just a tough moment there for BabyBay. Ivy just swings wide and instantly spams him through the box.
That's a hell of a round recovery as well, though, for Nongshim. You lose RB that early, don't have your smokes.
Right.
Still manage get yourself forward onto the site. It's one of the things that breach can enable. A lot more utility to try to clear out some of these angles.
True. And it's
escorted forward, but this should still be a bit of for G2. Dogamo will go for the investment. Thought maybe he would save, pick up the overdrive, but the Tour de Force is going to be online for BabyBay.
Yeah, it's a really important round for Nongshim. If they can get the win here, Tour de Force going to be there. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for
Start हो गया guys. Let's go Chamber बोलते हैं. भाई G2 का कुछ भी बोलो Chamber खतरनाक है.
Oh, Ivy trying to do it again, but this time Jogamo is there.
चल.
Yeah, played in beautifully.
गया.
Read him like a book. Beautiful.
Flash over the top. Leaf watching from Alley. Gets the spot out. Sends out that slow orb, and there's just no way to try to find a punish off that.
I don't know. Did that
no one.
anybody? Yeah.
Meanwhile, speaking of connections, Leaf, hell of a shot. Takes down Downbeat. 3 players now left for Nongshim as sees. We'll be able to find a grab here, but now Valorant as well, spilling forward into the site. Just the one casualty. G2, the timeout call works a treat. 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of this is just more back to their default, the 2-3 from B to A. And then a little bit of a reposition for BabyBay with that extra layer there to punish Ivy if he went for that swing again. And then Leaf hitting some filthy shots. Another big round for him on the Sage. The Battle Sage online for G2. He's got another res available. Didn't need to use it in that last round. I guess the good news for Nongshim is that, you know, you're not giving over ult charges, but you're on an eco. It's a very minor thing. The big picture. Francis has another Rolling Thunder. Are you gonna send this again? Oh, Trent's in trouble.
Blinded up. Paranoia in from behind as well, and Ivy's going to be able to find that kill. Now the neural depth going to be invested immediately. Now just going to be giving over the space. Francis did quite a bit of damage, just trying to get that spike in play.
Now you send the Rolling Thunder, I think.
From this position. Certainly, yeah, going to be encouraged. Will just go ahead, pop that one. Jogamo tucking back around the corner. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in as well, trying to find this player, and Downbeat will be able to get it. Gets a second. Leaf eliminated now. Just Valen in a 1v5. No real way to try to turn the tides of this. Several players low, but
let's go. Sab chodo bhai.
It's not going to be giving him the opportunity.
Focus in game, guys.
Try to play this one out. Downbeat near enough by. Prevent an ninja defuse. As there's the hold, there's the push, and yep, Downbeat wise to it. And finds the Thrifty. As Nongshim get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, they're making nice adaptations again. We saw this a bit on Breeze. In the long run, G2 had a little bit more in the tank, but both these IGLs, both these teams have a lot of good ideas. In that round there, the smother they have on a Trent is really what just wins them the round, because there isn't much else behind it. Everybody else has to kind of abandon sight. They've got him flashed in Paranoia to catch him as he's jumping into the smoke. That's all they need. Then they scoop up a gun. They take the site. They're able to clear a bunch of space. They can use the neural depth. They can align for the Rolling Thunder. Get that Thrifty to go. Beautiful from Nongshim. This one feels like it is going to be Another very close map. It is back and forth the whole way, and you know, Nongshim, an attacker side team, generally in their ethos.
Yeah, okay.
So as G2, I think if you
these teams have ever played against each other twice at this event, obviously played against each other at Master Santiago for the first time. It's always gone to 3.
Yes.
So I feel like we're going to be sticking to that script rather than rewrite it. Unless G2 buckle up, find these next 2 rounds, and then start things off with another pistol.
I mean, there's enough money here for G2, but this round's key because this is the one where you can get the op.
Yep. No tour de force after this one. Push forward. Looks to just get out, and we'll be able to do so there as well. So both players, Thieves in the night.
Let's go, do gaye.
Finding a critical timing onto Ivy.
3v5.
And the timeout call, again, looks to work a treat.
It's just round after round. Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up.
Shadow.
This time it was G2's turn. They're even going to be able to heal Valen up a little bit here. And Plant may go through, but there's a lot behind this. Jog even has his ult if he wants to rip that. There is not a lot that Nongshim, other than Francis's util, can do about it.
Sprint coming in after Shock to try to hold them at bay. It's Flash fully connecting, but it's a far delay tactics. Working decently, but maybe he's able to find X-Ross. First player gone, now Francis fallen. RB would have to do it all, and it's just not going to be planted for him at all. Backpedal out, save of the weapon. The rest of the squad going to be able to get the purchases through, but he needs to retain that gun.
Let's go, G2 win.
G2, once again, knocking on Nongshim's door. Going to make this a 6-6 half for themselves.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setup at the beginning of this because oftentimes Dombi, if he's given free space outside of the orb, he's going to try to crest the corner to check for information before he throws the relay bolt. So Valen knows he can punish that. He has the opportunity to get up there, spray that angle down, and then TP back. Really nice little understanding of their opponent's tendencies. Now is it going to be Nongshim's turn again? That up still going to be there. Baby Bay is like, nope, never mind.
Got forced out of position very quickly. Meanwhile, Trent again playing the same angle, finding the same timings. Just going for it without that util. Meanwhile, Valen swinging out at alleys. Be able to find the one. RB not fast enough on the draw.
Gun shooting mein mar gaya bhai.
RB is frantically just dancing his way back over towards relative safety.
Nice spray.
Some damage to be suffered. TP's around the back. Backside plant. Nongshim get the spike in play.
3v3.
Turn from the flash, Ivy.
Oh, what a read.
Angle, but yeah, Trent is watching for it. RB dead. The face in, and the cleanup is good.
Yeah, G2.
They make it 6-6 at the half.
Nice, G2.
6-6. Again, we saw it in the previous round. I didn't really get to mention it because there hasn't been enough time. These have been pretty fast-paced rounds, but Trent's also repositioned 2 rounds ago after getting just bullied 3 rounds ago, where he moved further back up towards Link, in towards that box. Works a treat again. 2 rounds that he's able to find value. Yeah, I mean, once G2 gets into that op, gets into that comfort of Baby Bay's chamber, it opens up the map so much more for them to be aggressive at the choke of A main or have a little trap set up along the way. Nongshim, though, also some really nice answers. You have to be really impressed with this comp because they're able to now punch back against that sky a bit. They're able to create some of their own space, create some of their own trap plays with the util combos that we didn't see the last time out on this map.
1 minute ka time mila hai.
They're still in such a rough position. Already the pressure of this map, being what stands between you and elimination, is there, but G2 to make it up to 6. I mean, you have to remember this was the pistol going to Nongshim. This was a bonus conversion going to Nongshim. They started this map off looking incredibly strong, having incredible reads on G2. These timeout adjustments from Josh RT have found an immense amount of value. So to get back to parity at the half, suddenly at 2-1 script for the series starts looking like we might have some alterations.
I agree. I feel very confident about G2 right now. The way that they have approached this match. You can see the frustration on Nongshim. I mean, it is a better attacker side than they had last time, in a way, but it's also not in a way because of what you said, Achilleos. They won those first 3, right? Then after that, they only get 3 more.
They give up a Thrifty.
Yeah, and that's
it's just you start pulling on that thread and start unraveling.
And the last time out, they only got 2 rounds on their attacker side on Sunset. Now, granted, G2 did win the pistol there, and then kind of it went 2-1, 2-1, 2.
Let's start away, guys.
But still not super confident. And G2 good enough on this attacker side, at least previously. Again, very different comps, but they got 5. We'll have to see if Nongshim's defender side is still up to snuff. You know, without that Sage in there, that's the big one.
All line into the rendezvous, Baby Bay. Making his exit, pop punch to the corner of the scale, forward. Downbeat, dead, Extros on an island, isolated. And swallowed whole. Another kill, Francis now, flash from behind, and Chocamo is just so damn fast.
Whoa.
He's killed a 3rd. And I think it's safe to say, G2 are winning this pistol.
Nah, dog.
I mean, Ivy. One of the map. This was the map, I think, where he got the ace.
It was.
Yes.
Despite the loss, but I don't see him pulling another one out of his hat here.
No. He had a Vandal and
Tuck
very
back and go down to the spike.
very different scenario.
And what brutality. Nothing in this pistol to try to jumpstart things, even just to get the ult economy going. Ivy's still worried about a potential flank. That's a clean tap from Leaf. Continues to deliver with that bandit. Flawless round for G2 to take the pistol and take the lead.
This is simple stuff from G2. Wait for Nongshim to overcommit towards the orb on A. Throw out a flash. Throw out a relay bolt. Throw out a paranoia. In that order to smother out the 2 players. And you can just give them no hope. That's beautifully drawn up, beautifully executed.
7-6. Let's go, guys. Come back here, G2 ne bhai.
That's why you just sit in a lobby and practice those over and over and over again. Moments like that feel so good as a player.
Well, Nongshim trying to go for a bit of a crunch here.
Oof.
Baby Bay will be able to find the one, but Giacomo going to be traded out. Trent, however, keeping them in this round. And look at the damage suffered. Extros and Francis both down to slivers. One of them now finished off.
Nice, sahab.
It's a slow scale forward into immediate demise. Ivy again, making his way over to this A site to try to find it. Some additional damage. They know where he is. If they really wanted, they could just pivot, but I think they still favor their chances. They just has a classic in hand. Trent eventually will be able to clean it up. 8-6. A lot of firepower still in hand for G2 as they go into their bonus, and if they convert this, I think it's game over.
Yeah, right now they have a lot of good answers. Even though this one gets a little bit scrappier than they'd probably like, they're able to get that fault line to really pin in a bunch of players. The paranoia, too, makes this actually dangerous for a moment for G2. So, and Nongshim having some good tools in the belt. It's just the strength of those tools in that round because of the weaponry behind it. Going to be that strong. Zombie, oh my god.
Just sending it in. Is nearly able to find that second kill. Cleanup will come through. Aftershock now going to be lobbed as Trent down to a sliver, but still fighting. Cleaned headshot, but nothing more to be done. This time the crunch play from Nongshim. There's a bit more impact behind it. And it is all down to Baby Bay, who will get the tag, but Ivy's got full armor. Nongshim preventing the conversion. A bit of damage going to be something, some armor to be rebought as well. They stop G2 from running away with a half.
Yeah, and now this is something you got to be aware of as G2, you know. This is a fearless Nongshim team, even when they're down, even when it seems like the rain is never going to stop outside. You know, they'll grab the umbrellas and they'll come out and play. Gotta hang on. But like you talked about, the economic damage done there by G2. It's only 2 Guardians.
Means that this outlaw back in the hands of Baby Bay can still find a good amount of value. Paranoid the chase, but Dambi this time going to be taken down over Kyles. Trent with the turnaround is able to find that kill. He finds his second RB dead. Ivy peeling back one as Francis gets involved in the fight.
By 2v2.
Gets Chocobo, gets Valon, and gets them into a 2v2. The spike now going to be dropped.
2v2 fight.
Inside of this box.
बीच में गिर गया guys.
Made noise on the gun drop.
Yeah, Leaf to try to cheat this corner, the slow orb, trying to prevent them from being able to backpedal away, but instead they just step up, they go in for the fight, and they win it. Massive round from Francis, gets the 3K. And Nongshim, they might just be right back into this.
They're just sending it. I mean, I think G2 needs to kind of take one of those pauses like we saw on Breeze, where they're going to hold back towards spawn a bit. It looked like they were going to weather the storm, but there's that extra unaccounted for layer through mid. And that means that Trent, as good as he was in the heat of the moment there, it's not good enough. Just too much storming his way. So they're just going to overload it. They're just going to make sure that if you're going to keep doing this, we're going to have numbers, although they have a weak buy. A lot of stingers. The G2 special.
Yeah, G2 stinger. Oh, what a haunt. Once everybody spotted out, Trent still does have that Guardian. He'll be forced away as the fault line goes through. Francis 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online. Decay will expire, but X-Ross is pushing forward onto the site, and Chocobo none the wiser. Ends up getting taken down, and
बिल्ली कैसी है उसके कीचड़ में गन के अंदर भाई? देखिए आप लोगों ने?
Orb going to be grabbed. Leaf just trying to keep that Trent online when possible. Trent eventually will be overwhelmed. Ivy finding one down, but getting himself a second as Valon will get taken down. It's just Leaf here at Alley, and he cannot hold his own. Not with that stinger in hand. Flawless round for Nongshim. Economy ready to explode here for this squad. To get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, now you're, I think, certainly going to see a pump of the brakes, I would think, from Josh, but you never know. He's been a little bit slow. All the timeouts today. Nongshim just been absolutely going buck wild over there on A. Actually, they're be thinking something different, but it's actually, I think, going to just be slow play here from G2 with that op there. Here we go.
Overdrive is out, the Paranoid connecting. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in. He's trying to keep him contained. The wall in desperation. They're trying to keep themselves protected, but it's going to be Leaf. Able to find two. Francis just with the one. And G2.
G2 big guys. G2 big.
And Nongshim are far too greedy.
My ultimate is ready.
Slide in as Chocobo will have it. Again, timeout not required. Nongshim, they fly far too close to the sun. They over-pursue. And G2 absolutely punishes them for it.
I mean, the bonkers part about this is Nongshim has, like, prepared for this. The off the rip, the stun is hitting Baby Bay, so he has to fall back. They're throwing a Paranoia. They're dashing in with the overdrive. This is exactly what Nongshim expected. And this time, though, G2's able to hold on. Just nice timing on that wall there by Leaf. Really heads up play to slow that down just enough for them to reset their aim and create that angle density.
You think just once you see that out, you know that you've got them all contained. They're shoved back into the spawn, and there's only one way to go unless they break the wall themselves. So it could have been just a clean disconnect for Nongshim, then set up on defensive sightlines, but instead, just too rabid, too hungry, too bloodthirsty.
Not the Nongshim way.
That is very true.
No. The noodles are spicy. The play has to be spicy too, Achilleos.
Well,
I mean, it does.
This one was all spice, no flavor.
It's the bomb. Yep.
We got burn after it, so. Slow pivot. Prowler spotting out.
Let's go.
Gonna be telling the whole story though.
G2 come back. Yes, bro. G2 come back.
The thing about it is, though, is they haven't really been doing anything over at B. So
the fact
that we get a little bit of confirmation there means that you're happy to start leaning B as your strong side. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Sees to try to hold him in place, but Baby Bay, that push up through tiles, gets the catch on a Francis. They're at top mid. Overdrive now from Chocobo. On the peak, he's able to find it with the op shot. Looking to rescale back up into the site. Ball raised, the swing through. Ivy will be good for one, but the plant can still be committed to.
I know exactly.
Safe angles. The mural theft
यहाँ पे नेट टप्पी खा के मारो ना यहीं पे लगे.
Not really going to be getting the connection that they would have wanted, but they still have the overwhelm, and now it's just Baby Bay out from main, and Ivy has him through the smoke.
Timber को गाइस दिया भाई.
A strong and necessary response round
Smoke
from
में दिया
Nongshim.
भाई. Red NS, 5 NS भाई. Nice.
Yeah, good read just from the outset. This is RB getting into the mind of his opponent there. They knew that finally maybe it's going to be a bit of a different approach towards that B main angle. That Prowler was all he needed. And immediately I see the Breach starting to cheat over towards top mid. He even gets a kill up there. Gets killed up there, but it's all the right pieces in the right places.
This goes here.
And that's why they're able to weather that storm.
इसका वेट कर रहे हो डाल दो यार थक भाई.
Really seal the deal.
Let's play.
Tour de force. Baby Bay. Try to hold underneath that one way. Zombie again with an op. Really nice shot from him onto the ulting Jogamo. Flash deep doesn't confirm anything, but that's just because all of Nongshim had tucked in. I mean, look at Exros here. He's chilling in spawn.
He's checking for that TP.
Yep.
Needs to make sure that Valen is not going to be on that backstab angle. Meanwhile, jump peek around the corner. Tombi considering if he wants to overstay on that angle. Decides to backpedal and cannot find the flick. Rolling Thunder invested just to try to buy some time. Jogamo able to drop down off the box and points that after shock, and now the Nightfall is going to be called in as well. Swinging to the corner, and Exros manages to find the kill. A 4v4.
4v4.
Okay, expired. Health back to full. Leaf doesn't have that res.
No. I'd really like to see change of directions here unless Baby Bay finds a pick, but it's so risky. He's got a couple different angles that he has to worry about there.
TP check from RP. Immediately going to be broken at alley. Push forward, able to win that fight. He finds the follow-up as well. Exros now dead. RP.
4v2 guys.
Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP. The spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off of that one. Leaf with a double take. Sees what, and he's still going to be there. And finishes the job. Ivy now having to do it all. Fadeaway shot to clean up Valen, but nothing more to be found.
10-10
guys. Blow back and forth between these squads. G2 tie it 10-10.
It's just the little things in the heat of the moment there. Just Valen just following right behind that Sky Flash. No fear in the IGL. Willing to lead from the front. I mean, Jogamo is probably kicking himself a bit. He had a moment. If he could have got that crosshair placed sooner, he had Exros dead to rights after the Nightfall.
The cost of that play is immense. The operator lost the Rolling Thunder, the From the Shadows, the Nightfall, all had been committed to no avail for Nongshim.
That's true.
Only saving grace is that G2 not quite back into swinging their ults. This Leaf nearest by.
The concern is because G2 won the pistol, they'll be into their next cycle a little bit sooner, potentially. Look at
Baby Bay tagged.
Ooh, yeah, wow.
The heal can be there from Leaf. We'll get him right as rain, but armor will be lost.
That's still a lot of damage done. Jogamo has gotten up in the top mid, and Dombi thinking about it.
Smoke on the other side. Prowler going to be going in. They both sent towards Exros' direction, but Jogamo still trying to get this entry into Boba. Slides forward, and Francis will be able to sit him down with that bandit. It's a good amount of damage, though. Some regen armor behind it, still only at 30. Certainly not a cozy position for the Breach. Spike again planted on B for G2.
4v5 की fight है भाई.
Warning shot from Baby Bay and the double scale into market.
No Leafs back here.
Now they have the full confirmation. Counter swing not going to be coming in, and Leaf can't quite find that spray to connect. He had Dombi dead to rights. Same time, Fastlane going to be situated. Ivy eliminated. And Exros having to do it all once again, this time in a 1v2. The footsteps going to be heard, and Baby Bay takes the fight. Takes his life, and G2 once again are now in the lead.
And now they're starting to work the map. They're getting a little bit more creative with the playbook. Having to look for that early mid-aggression and then using that to set themselves up to scale on the map. Even though Jog not able to get a kill, he's able to clear up you know, all of that mid into market. You can come in from B main then too. Sets you up for that flank attack. And gives you a nice post-plant setup. A really smart play there right at the end of the round by Trent to not try to take that fight, to know that he has that op behind him. Tuck into the safety of the spike plant cubby. Nongshim, they are in the danger zone. They need hit the timeout before they have to hit the eject button out of EWC. I mean, I think in general now, as G2, I like the big picture stuff where now they're starting to toy with the map. They're trying to explore different parts of the map. They're being much more cautious at the beginning of the rounds, looking for those, you know, crazy fast aggressive hits where Nongshim maybe wanted to tee Dambi up. Especially without that op in play, that's something you really got to be thinking about as G2. Making sure that you're not going to fall for any of those little traps, but overall, I like what you're seeing. Nongshim, the economy busted again. So, going to take a thrifty to not let this go to match point. Could just flash swing out here. Stun. They're looking for a contact.
Maybe he's got an exit strategy.
I think off of Ivy here.
Rest of the team, not so much. Slow orb up towards top mid. Down mid and out. Try to scale. Slide into the corner. The Stinger will be able to find one as Valen peels back a kill. Francis out of the equation now. Paranoia chucked through, but it's going to be exchanged on both sides. Nami still widely stranded there at tiles. Now flushed out as Trent finds the kill, and Leaf will be able to get RB. Ivy just not going to be fast enough nor accurate enough on the draw. Leaf's just X-Ross. A 1v4, but might as well call it a 1v5. The res is available as well. We'll be able to slide over to grab this gun. Can he put it to any use?
He's already had a pretty nasty clutch today. Maybe. Young gun. Give us a little bit more fun.
Slower going for him, though, on this fade. Flash doesn't give him confirmation, but that's more than enough there. Valen just making him have to think twice about trying to set foot on this site. Trent will swing out.
G2!
12-10. Match point in the hands of G2. One round away from sending home the final Pacific representative from EWC 2026.
Yeah, and what a moment this would be for G2. It's been a bit of a struggle for them at the international events this year, and this is one of the teams that has given them grief 2 times. And to be able to now bounce back and get that potential 2-0 here, you're looking at that, you're 1 round away from it. How sweet that would feel, and it would get you into the playoffs of EWC 26 to boot.
Just a ton of ults to work with as well. Nothing able to be forced out of that previous round. The res, the from the shadows, the seekers, all ready to go. Ivy, 1 away from having that neural depth online. Dambi, 1 away from having that overdrive. Those will be critical for them in the next round if they can win this one out, if they can keep this going and try to push it into overtime. But for now, again, the stack at top mid not going to be rewarded. It is just RB. Alone on the A side of the map.
Yeah, it's so important here that RB just doesn't give his life up for free. It's going to get identified by a Seeker.
For the chase, and had he gone for that spray, might have been able to find some connection on the Trent, but he does not. Meanwhile, Trademark noting the flank, and Valen looking to try to hold things down. Carl in the corner, the flash going to be connecting down, able to find the one, but Leaf comes away with 2. The trade back is good. X-Ross keeps him in with a 3v3. The ult's now out of the equation. The double fight forward, and Baby Bay is able to find the enemy fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy, so much weight being put on his shoulders. Stunned up. Hound down. No. Turns back. He's able to find Trent.
1v2.
RB from on high is able to find the kill. And Ivy will keep them in this. The map, the series, not yet G2's. Still 1 away. The Nongshim, one of their own, from sending this into overtime.
Is that right as that stun was wearing off? That was crazy from Ivy. This right here looks like it might be their round. Ivy somehow, some way I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay bolt. G2, yeah, knows that they have the end of this series in their clutches. They need this timeout. They need the big brain from Josh RT to give them the solutions.
The scariest thing for Nongshim is that the timeout conversion from Josh RT has been strong.
Very good. Very, very good.
If he can give them a solid enough game plan to bring this to a conclusion, that might just be curtains for Nongshim Red Force. They have to play this to perfection.
Yes.
Still a couple of those ultimates online for G2. They still have plenty of money to go for the buy.
I think you're definitely gonna have Ivy's ult. Zombie died.
He's got the overdrive.
He has the overdrive. So you've got those two for sure. I think that's what's going to be real concerning. Those are two really impactful ults. So as G2, you're probably kicking yourself a bit that you squandered an opportunity. Otherwise, one away from Xros now as well. So it's a little bit dangerous. G2, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe bait out a little bit utility here. See if they can trick Nongshim into going for one of those aggressive hits that this time they're able to dodge. They're just able to kind of use the cape, keep the bull and the horns away from them.
भाई अभी ये हार नहीं सकते भाई ये वाला.
Here for G2.
This makes
expecting
sense.
a set exec here from Nongshim to catch them off guard, but Nongshim not really going to be falling into that trap. At least not yet.
No, they're being very patient at A. You can see the breach is up there. Follow up. And Jogamo really senses that. You see this all the time on this map with the breach, that they want to send out that util. That's great work from Jog.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew he hadn't scaled yet. They had that camera situated. We'll spot everything out, but avoids getting caught in the trap. From Valen. It's over outside of A lobby. RB in the corner. Here's that jump peek. Paranoia. Now going to be sent through. Goes for a TP reposition. He still manages to plant his feet and find one. The rest going to be invested though.
Right
back into it as the overdrive. Able to find an immense amount of damage.
Let's go, 5v4.
The heal is available as well. He's keeping them right in this mix. The jump through the Paranoia now to fly. Francis holding it down for the first as Jogama will get taken out. Xros finding leave, and the time, it's getting away from them. Valen able to find the one, but the trade is going to be through. 8 seconds now remaining on the clock. The swing in, and Xros comes away with 3K, and Nongshim are not done yet. 12-12. They take this into OT.
It just takes so long. Again, this new comp that Nongshim brings to the table has so much stall, so much delay in it. And even though they get that res, Dombi's able to use his ult to continue to hold them at bay. And at that point, Nongshim is able to continue to slowly rotate over because there's just no room for G2. They're smothered. They go over to this defender's side once again. Slightly better on this half of the map. Last cannon. It's the op for Baby Bay. I think I'd be basically perma-running that with how well it went. Just gotta hold the line here as G2 again. You had an opportunity, but you weren't able to get those last two. Now you've got to do it in OT. All reset. Phantoms across the board for Nongshim.
G2 are trying to fight against the script here. Stop this from going to that third and final map. And Baby Bay, a bold push. Manages to find that kill, tries to make his exit, but will be spotted. RB just too fast to scale towards backside. Operated down to the floor, spiked out. The plant committed to the slide in. RB, he's playing anti-flash. He ends up getting caught off guard. But Ivy, he finds Trent. A bloodbath here, so it's now a 2v2 with Leaf. Up over top of the box there at Boba. Finds Xros, and Francis now has to do it all. The double approach isolates it down into a 1v1. The right of the wall! But the shutdown from Francis! He gets the clutch. And Nongshim now get themselves to that
क्या ही पागल है भाई वॉल बना के कोई पीछे से घूम के आता
from Francis. Individual brilliance on display. Baby Bay, his rendezvous, put him right behind that box where we just see RB get killed there. You know, Jog trying to break out, but there's a crossfire set up, so sure, he gets one.
I love that attempt from Leaf as well. It's so cheeky, but
it is.
It's a little bit too fast on the adjustment is Francis.
Read it nicely.
Operator again in hand. More baby
bang. Abhi bhi hai matlab, haan.
Needing to win these next 3 rounds. But Dami, he's already in on top of Valen, setting up that fast lane, and he's finding a second. Jogamo eliminated. Dami's tearing them apart.
Wah kasam bhai.
Gets the third. Trent seized in position, locked in mid.
भाई साहब G2 की तो गांड मार दी भाई.
Seen some crazy rounds. Be insane to see Trent and Baby Bay get the 2v4 here.
Baby Bay भाई sniper है भाई, chamber भाई है.
Could be behind him. He's correct. But for now, Xros just gonna hold the line. They know they have the map, the time to work with. Here we go, Francis.
Could just be it here. The peek in and Baby Bang. He sends the shot into the floor. The swing of the corner and Trent can't quite finish him off. 14-12, Nongshim trading blows, trading map wins against G2. They persevere and they push this all the way into a third and final map for the final slot of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this comp change, it got the job done. It certainly was not easy. G2 still very good on this map, but Nongshim showing that they still have a lot of that memory.
भाई साहब भाई heavy रहा भाई heavy. चार घंटे से गाइस अपन स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं गाइस, 4 घंटे से. लवली भाई लवली. भाई किन किन लोगों को मजा आया गाइस तो जरूर बताना गाइस चैट में गाइस, आप लोगों को मजा आया हो तो गाइस. चलो गाइस ऐसे मिलते हैं ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम के साथ, EWC की वॉच पार्टी के साथ गाइस. आज का EWC वॉच पार्टी करते हैं यहीं पे एंड गाइस. बाय बाय गाइस, टेक केयर, सी यू इन द न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम गाइस, पीस आउट बेबी.